Previously on Lords of Aion. You guys, after a rather frustrating session deep in the mines of Moria, sorry, Erebor, you guys took it upon yourselves to have some fun for a night and paint the town red, where you proceeded to cheat at literally everything you guys did and come out on top, and no one was the wiser. Then you all got a bunch of sweet gear, some more sweeter than others, but all sweet nonetheless. And then you returned home to Sanctuary to find, of all things, elves being executed in the public square.
Woo!
And your reaction to this was predictable at best. But then after that was not really resolved, but a conclusion was found nonetheless. You frustrated, angry, and just rather livid, let's just be honest. You guys all went your separate ways as you returned home. Now, as we begin the session proper, there are a couple things that I need to get out of the way first. First off, Jayson, just a minor correction to what I wrote down for Frostpain. What it said before was originally just the +6 damage at the end was supposed to be cold damage. That's wrong. The full damage for the weapon is considered both cold and slashing damage, just for the purposes of how it works.
Okay, so let's see, 2d6 plus 2 times strength mod plus 2 plus 6 frost damage.
Yeah, like the damage for the full weapon is frost damage, not just the +6.
Gotcha.
Okay. And just wanted to make sure that was said before we got into anything serious.
Roger. So,
in the intervening time since the incident in the public square, I'll say for this, Grant, Nox has since learned of it. But yeah, since that has happened, you guys have gotten a bunch of interesting information thrown your way. I'll just start in the order I have it written down. Lita, since you guys have been gone, members of Walpole, specifically the Watchmen, have been being attacked in the streets by these random gangs of humans. However, while all of them are wearing these nondescript clothes and masks to cover their faces, some rather interesting commonalities have been seen on them. Most notably, that all these people bear tattoos and they're shaving off the sides of their hair. Which you know are both distinct traits of House von Everett. However, this has also had something of an adverse effect, because the members of the Watchmen are there to protect the members of Walpole while they go to and from their work, so that they don't get harassed by humans. However, since the Watchmen are being attacked, that's leaving the people they protect open for harassment again. And since a lot of elves in the city now are suspected of being insurgents, it's not pretty. We'll just leave it at that. But yes, currently as it stands, many of the members of the Watchmen are hurt. Only a few are seriously injured, but like it is enough to put a dent in what you're trying to do. Burchill, it's like you got home to find that both the Burchill Foundation, the Merry Mermaid, and the Red Velvet Room are, well, there's no really other way to put this. The Luptons are attempting to buy all three of them.
The fucking luck.
Yeah, the Burchill Foundation they're attempting to be civil with. It's like the Merry Mermaid and the Red Velvet Room, however, they just keep coming back. Like, they show up with an offer, they're just flat out refused, like is predicted. But for some reason, they just keep coming back with better offers. And Delilah, by this point, is starting to worry that if this is left unresolved, they might get a bit more forceful. Like, she has no idea how and in what way they might get forceful, but knowing the reputation of the Luptons as they are, that might happen. But yeah, at least with the Burchill Foundation, however, they're trying to be civil because they see it as a separate entity to House Ford. Rowan, the next insurgent meeting is 2 days from now at midnight. So So whatever it is you plan on telling them, you might want to get that squared away sooner rather than later. Knox.
Hmm?
Just a bit of interesting information you heard while you were going to and from your lab, like while you're putting all your stuff away and like making sure that nobody saw Skrigor. So apparently, like some of the other lords in the city are suggesting that the guild hall, which has up until this point functioned as its own independent business, I'm not entirely sure what the word is for this, but like they're talking about maybe that the guild hall is appropriated by the city so that it becomes a city-run organization similar to like a library or a college, which sounds good, and it would mean more money for the guild hall. Unfortunately, what that would mean is that the guild hall itself would be run by the city, not by Sariel. And if it's run by the city, they could boot Sariel from it.
I just think of like the poor bastards that try to boot Sariel. I'm like, they're fucking dead.
Well, this hasn't happened. This hasn't happened yet, but apparently some people are starting to talk about this. Like, so for some reason, some of the adventurers in the guild hall are convinced this is actually going to happen.
Well, it's time to convince them it's not.
Well, how? Why? That's what you don't know right now. Enzo. Since the incidents in the public square, you have tried your damnedest to get into the same room with Dominic Maxwell. To absolutely no avail. For the past 2 days, he's been ignoring you. There was even a point where you saw him in passing, and he clearly saw you, but just kept walking. So yeah, he left you on. I don't know what that means, but yes, he is.
That's whenever you look at you get a text message, you look at it and it says, "Oh, man, you don't respond back," but the other person knows you saw it. You're like,
I was left on scene? What?
You're just not important anymore. You're not Daddy's favorite.
Well, regardless of what it is, you do know for a fact that Maxwell is very much aware of your presence, knows you're there, but is still not seeing you. Like you even went to church on Sunday, which is normally when he gives his weekly sermons, but he didn't do it this time.
He's having an affair.
More like he's being corrupt as hell, but that's something you guys know but can't prove yet.
What?
Anaris.
Okay.
You got nothing, you're fine. Like you're fine. Like nothing you need to worry about on your end.
She's got I got a candy bar. This is a good day.
So, we open up the session truly with Lita and Anaris. So, Anaris, according to my notes, on Enzo's orders, you have been shadowing Lita for the past 2 days. So, first off, I would like for you, Mike, to roll a stealth check for me.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
That is 31.
Okay. Just keep that number in mind for like all things that are about to happen. And
no.
This is taking place in the Walpole office. So, Anaris, how are you hiding? Like, how are you keeping out of people's sight?
I'm in the corner on the ceiling.
So just in the shadows. I gotcha. Okay. And with that score, nobody saw you walk in. So, Zach, according to my notes for you, you say you want to speak with Alphonse and Siler for. Does it say here? Yes. Better ways to vet your members. So, how are you going about doing this?
Probably. We need to look through the log book and basically see. We know who the insurgent was. One of them, right?
Yeah. Like the one you saw was a member of Walpole, and you do. Actually, let me roll for them. See if they were able to find him for you. Oh, Alphonse was not, but Siler was. let me just pull out a name from the random name generator.
Because my thought is like, okay, the insurgent probably, like, if we're going to find the insurgents, oh, this is going to be fucking hard. Probably need to, like, look at the records and kind of just go through and vet the records in such a way that, like, okay, if this guy came in, there's probably insurgents didn't come alone, so we need to basically, like, okay, we know when he came in, when this insurgent came in, so probably look forward a few members and back a few members and see if there's anyone that, you know...
Okay. This particular insurgent member who, let's see, his name is Win Darius, and he is actually a relatively recent member of Walpole, having joined just a month before the Christmas holiday. So like I would say like late November, early December, just only slightly before all of this started. So yeah, compared to all the other members of Walpole, he hasn't been one for very long.
Wait a minute, they have to wait. Mm-hmm. They had son of a bitch.
What? This was also before the incident in the gala. So
right, but I'm thinking here, and everybody can chime in on this. If we're going to find these people, it's just like, okay, they have to give their name, address, and all that. We have all their addresses. Who do we know that runs the real estate place in this fucker?
Sorry, I thought it was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be Rowan.
I look at Alphonse Seiler and the assembled peoples.
But that's actually an interesting question. Who are the assembled peoples, and where are you talking?
I'm in my office, so I'm guessing Rowan's probably standing at the door.
According to my notes, Rowan is still at home because this is.
I gave him the day off.
Yeah, this is early morning. Even if you didn't, this is early morning. Like I'm gonna say like you just got to the Walpole office, so it's like 7:30 in the morning, and you told Alphonse and Siler to come in early for this because this shit be important, yo.
Okay, here's what we're going to do. We take these records and we vet new members that have come in and around the same time as this guy.
How are you suggesting we vet at these members? Like you're not seriously going to suggest we just bring them into the office and ask them to start stripping, are you?
Yes. No. We're going to take their addresses and take them over to Sariel, who I know is pretty close to the people that run the real estate and the land development of this city. Anyone that has recently moved here, we can be a little more suspicious of and keep an eye on. Because if, I guarantee you, check this fucker's address. He probably has not even been in this city 6 months.
Also,
any new recruits we're getting have to have an city address.
Interesting thing about this address, it's listed as the Bits, and the Bits, is a district of the city which is pretty much a ghetto. Like it's where most of the elves in the city lives. It's like the rundown part of town. Rowan for a time used to live there, and actually to this day still has a safe house there.
Yeah, we're not going to just start knocking on members' doors that live in the ghetto because that's how you start shit.
Mm-hmm.
I studied urban history. I studied history of urban development, and there's a lot of shady shit about identifying people that live in a particular part of town.
The Bits is also where the fire that you started spread to, so there's that.
My house was fine, so it's okay.
Yeah, back when things were simpler, when we didn't have morals.
Back before we discovered empathy.
When
it was an easier time.
Rowan was scared of you guys' abilities and not your ambitions.
Yeah. Lita using magic, that's Tuesday. Lita wanting to save all these people, that's terrifying. But look, cross-check. how recently they moved to this city.
I actually about this. He lives in the bits. Just no one else. Some of our other kin live in there. What if he shares this? What if he shares this address with others?
Oh, it's a townhouse.
Fuck. Okay.
There's an inconsistent knock on your office, and just looking through the glass door, you see your receptionist, Silia, there. She looks concerned.
Lita motions like, come on.
Mm-hmm.
Lita's been ruminating on this for like 3 days.
Mm-hmm. Wait.
Go away, Grant!
I mean, you work in a whorehouse.
Do you let her in?
Yeah, I let her in. I motioned like, come on.
She opens the door and peeks her head and was just like, Miss Ford, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but there are some people out in the front. They said that they needed to speak with you. It seemed pretty urgent, and they didn't seem like the kind of people who would. That is quite all right. Fraulein, you may return to your station. And
Germans.
Since the front on wall where you see her is made of glass, you actually see him walk into frame. You see this like kind of tall, gaunt-looking man who's like 6 foot even. Like you can tell he's gaunt because the clothes he wears are kind of form-fitting, but he's got this like slicked black hair, perfectly clean shaven. He's wearing like these really, really nice looking customized black leathers, and it's got the thing where it straps down on the front diagonally like this, and it's got all these buttons, and it looks like it's a customized mix of like leather armor and clothing. That's not the interesting thing about this guy, though. On his hip, like attached to his right leg, you can see a very familiar looking weapon. And on his hip at the front, you see another one. And these are very familiar to you because you just came from a place that made these.
The guy on his hip.
The guy on his hip.
But yeah, he's got one here, he's got one here. Kind of like how they're set up in Red Dead.
So long as he doesn't pull out a book and say, what makes you special, and has me fill out a form, I think we'll be okay.
You are hiding elves underneath the floorboards, aren't you?
But
you joke, but I'd welcome the sight of Christoph Waltz, because at least he's not as terrifying as I know who this guy is based on.
it's like, but yes. Also, interesting thing about these clothes and armor, they look brand new, like brand new, and as he just you watch as he just kind of walks past Silia and into your office, despite not being invited in, and he just looks at the assembled group there, and then just looks directly to you, and then just says, "Might we speak alone for a few moments, my Lady Ford?"
Lita looks at the assembly and just kind of goes, "Sure, why not? My day already sucks."
He's like, Thank you very much for your time. I assure you, this will not take long at all, provided, of course, that you are very forthcoming and work with me to the best of your ability. Mister, don't worry about it, my lady. What is it? The 2 people you came in with. They're fine. Don't worry about them. They're here for my protection, and yours. Should things happen to go awry, just leave them be. They will not bother you. Okay. I don't know. I don't know who that is.
He was Dracula.
Oh.
Fuck Blade
Or
3.
Drake.
So- Best part about that movie? Ryan Reynolds.
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I should probably pull up this man's stats because I didn't bother to stat him.
Why would you pull up his stats? Lita's dead.
Well, now we can kill it.
Gentlemen, if I die, you have. If I die, burn all of my possessions.
All right. So
Joke.
I'm not kidding.
So Silia, Alphonse, and Siler all leave the room, and they take all the registry and all the documents with them. Okay. And as soon as they're gone, without waiting for you to offer him a seat, he just takes one.
Oh, he's that kind of asshole.
Mm-hmm. And
Oh yeah, Celia Anaris does see all.
I
yes,
see.
yeah, Sealing Anaris, you're watching this entire scene unfold. But yes, Zach, he takes his seat and says nothing. He's just watching you.
Even the roof can't hide your sins from Celia Anaris.
Really nice. I will literally always design buildings now with like nice patterned roofs, so that way Nars can't hide them.
Just carpet the roof.
Yeah. Can I help
We
you?
oil our roofs every day.
He's like, yep, sorry, Zach. Mike was talking. What did you say?
Lita just kind of goes, "Can I help you?"
Well, I certainly help you can, my lady. You then watch as he reaches into his jacket pocket and pulls out something. It's like this black leather flap that when he flips it open, there's like this gold seal just like placed into it. Like you ever seen those like wallets they keep police badges in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like that, and the symbol he shows you is of a ring of fire made out of pure gold. The ring of fire, is the symbol for the Church of Eternal Fire. However, this one is slightly different in that inside of the ring of fire is this.
Enzo, did you help create the CIA, you bastard?
Copy image address. But yeah,
I'm fairly certain that if this man was any part of our machinations, he would be on our payroll.
mm-hmm.
No, I meant like, did he inadvertently help Maxwell create the CIA?
But yeah, that symbol is in the center of the ring of fire.
I see all.
Mm-hmm. And as he shows this to you, he says, "Inquisitor Uzokir of the Church of Eternal Fire. I'm on an investigation here in Sanctuary, and I have a few questions for you, my Lady Fullett."
All right, shoot.
Very well.
Very well.
Will shoots the secretary.
It's like, I suppose to begin with, just out of sake of curiosity, what was your relationship with a man named? Well, I'm almost certain you've heard of him. He's a Kyle Tempest.
Yeah.
Lita just kind of sits there. I met him once at a party. He was less than amicable.
Interesting.
I told him no. He didn't take that well.
And that was the only time you've met him?
Other than the few times I was invited to the prince's estate. At which both chances he looked me in the eye, poked me in the chest, and said, "I hate you, everything you believe in, and everything you stand for. A woman should know her place."
That does not surprise me at all. And the fact that he's tried to have his way with you and you refuse also does not surprise me at all. we can cut the bullshit here, Miss Ford. We both know he's a Kyle Tempest. We know what he's like, and we both know that he is a sadist, a rapist, and a racist, and a sociopath.
Yes, and our nation keeps trying to put this man on a fucking pedestal because we have a way of making messiah figures out of rapists.
Well, despite his flaws,
Yeah.
he won battles. He won major battles in the war with Skarngard. Sure you can deny the man for his flaws, but you cannot deny the results.
Uh-huh.
I can and I will.
So it was to my understanding that you were at the prince's estate, or rather the Red Keep, on the night of the New Year's celebration. Did you speak with Ezekiel Tempest then?
No.
I see. Zach, he's just stopped talking and he's just watching you.
Let me guess. Somebody higher up on the food chain has put the fool idea in their head that I'm somehow, and my associates by proxy, are linked to his death.
Actually, no. Although if you were linked to his death, that would make my investigation a lot more interesting.
Okay, then why are you wasting my time and pulling me around by my dick? What are you actually here for?
Well, that is a very interesting story. You see, a little bit
Cut
before...
the bullshit. Why are you here? I don't have time to deal with your meandering fucking thoughts. I've got a fucking union to vet.
And I have a job to do. And if you will just be quiet and be patient, I will tell you.
Ooh, he did.
Now, as I was saying, a little over a month before the start of the new year, I've received a message from Ezekiel Tempest stating that somebody he knew, somebody in the city of Sanctuary, he suspected that they were a mage. Unfortunately, he could not prove it, so he asked for help. I at the time, just responded to him saying that he was being simply paranoid, and that if this really was an issue worthy of his attention, then he should be able to take care of it. Because after all, you can deny the man for his flaws, but you cannot deny the results of his actions. Unfortunately, the next I had heard of Ezekiel Tempest, he had been murdered. And lo and behold, who should be on the guest list for the events at which he was murdered? But the very person that he suspected was a mage.
So let me get this straight. You're here because you think, because of the words of a dead man, I'm a mage.
Well, I had no reason to suspect it as you were until he died.
A man who we now all know to be a liar and a traitor to the crown and the state. You're taking the traitorous words of a dead man at face value. A man who tried to have the prince murdered. The very same prince I helped save and get out safely, who is only here because myself and my associates saved his ass from the treacherous motherfucker who you are now here in the name of, tried to have him murdered.
Believe believe me, Miss Ford, Isekai Tempest will burn in hell forever for the crimes of which he is committed. I am not here representing him. I am here representing the Church of Eternal Fire. And
Bullshit.
no, it's true. We at the church take accusations of this kind very, very seriously, Miss Ford.
Okay, I'm going to cut you off here, buddy. We know for a fact that Isekai Tempest was a liar and a traitor to the state.
Yes,
He
we
made
both know
shit
that.
up all the time. He convinced the entire city that there was no insurgency coming, that the elf army marching its way merrily north to murder all of us in our beds was not a real threat because he withheld information. So, let me get this straight. A dead traitorous motherfucker. A man who we now know to be a liar, a fiend, who made shit up on the fly to cover his own tracks, accused myself of witchcraft and being a mage. And now he's dead. And all this other evidence has come to light about a rapist, a liar, a war criminal, a traitor who, by the by, the prince can back up this fucking fact ass hat because we saved his ass and we have evidence and proof of the fake uniforms, of Tempest's involvement, all of this evidence, and yet you're still here.
Interesting. How did you acquire this evidence? You said you had evidence. How did you come by it?
We acquired a ship, and there was old data logs on there. And we saw some suspicious activity on the logs, and we acquired that ship.
Very well. I understand what you're saying, Miss Ford. Believe me, I do. But you see, here is my problem. If I am not to take you seriously because we are trusting the words of a liar and a traitor, I am forced to ignore one very important fact. How did Isekai Tempest die?
Fuck if I know, I was at the party.
He fell down some stairs.
He fell down some stairs.
There are at least 20 people that can confirm I was at the party and was evacuated with the prince and helped him escape. You can ask the prince himself.
Oh, I would love to ask the prince for it myself, believe me, but unfortunately I find that Prince Ares is currently in Skarngard, having negotiations with Emperor Lysander regarding aid for the coming attacks by the insurgents. So I can't very well ask him for anything now, can I?
No, you can't, unfortunately. I mean, you could write a letter.
I could, but the letter would have to travel through an active war zone to get to him, so there's no guarantee he would receive my message, much less be able to respond. So here I am.
So let me get this straight. You're accusing me of being a witch. Or rather, a dead traitorous asshole is accusing me of being a witch.
Yes.
In the back of Lita's mind, she can only think, my God, it's no wonder this country's falling the fuck apart.
Mm-hmm.
You're a woman in power. You are a threat.
Yes.
Nox has been saying this for a long time. It's just easier if we destroy all of Eternal Fire Church.
Doesn't have this. You know, it's sad but true. If Lita had a dick, this probably wouldn't be happening.
Probably.
Welcome to history.
I know.
Don't worry, we'll make the Inquisition disappear. We'll make them all disappear.
Give me an afternoon.
Step into my basement, boys.
I want to show you my tax returns.
Step in the basement, boys. Mind the step.
Might I see your tax
I
returns,
owe
my
my
lady
name to
Ford?
Oh, shit.
Come in.
Look, I've told you everything. Everything I know, everything I've been involved with at this point. Now, if you don't mind, I have much more important things to take care of.
Tell me then, Visfolds, why is it then, in the absence of Ezekiel Tempest, do you wish to assert yourself to the position of, what did you call it, Field Marshal?
Because when this city was in dire need of guidance, and I don't know, when a fucking gang war was tearing this place apart, Ezekiel Tempest turned a blind eye and was actually supplying the butchers. William the Butcher, by the way.
Yes, we know all that. Skip to the point, Lady Ford. Why do you want to be Field Marshal?
Because it's kick-ass.
Lita.
Just hear from the ceiling, because she wants the power. She's out of her mind.
Thanks, Ceiling Mickey.
They're like sprinkles from Critical Role. Kill me.
Lita just kind of looks at him.
What the fuck is
Because right now, I'm the only person that gives a fuck enough to save this miserable city from an army that is currently marching north.
You are the only person who wants to save this city.
Well, the only person who's willing to save the city without killing off 70% of its population because they happen to look different.
And
Well, you gotta crack a few eggs to save the omelet.
What?
you know, I saw that little public display of yours in the town's squares the other day. I must say, your reaction was amusing, but not unexpected.
And
I must tell you, Miss Ford, you are exactly like how I thought you were.
See you.
uh-huh.
Yeah.
So, tell me, Miss Ford, do you have any idea how Ezekiel Tempest died?
He just said no.
Like I said, I was at the party. You got like 20 fucking witnesses that can vet this information. How the hell should I know how he died?
I don't know. Lords talk, people talk, and you have some very interesting friends. Integra Helsing, Chara van Offerman, a half-orc named Saria.
And
It's like,
All you have
It's
to
like-
do is go to the stone.
it's like,
I have lots
well,
of friends.
Yeah, go ahead and get my stuff back.
well,
Yeah,
The-
it's
see-
started the squad of paladins who go
Right.
first, grab your ass, and then you're
Who's
just
talking?
I'm waiting till they're done. I think that was Swole Jayson, actually.
Yeah, Swole Jayson was talking about an anti-theft system for a
Okay.
magic shop that every item is ingrained with a tracking spell that's so ingrained that if you try to remove it, it just removes the enchantment on the item you bought, and he just gives the stone to track it to the town guard to track it down with his holding person and stuff.
Or, it could just be a thing if you remove an enchanted item from the shop, it explodes.
But also,
But he's like, in Integra Helsing, who's several of the lords of this city, and the House of Reyes have been trying to oust from her position for some time, and Chara van Offerman, who is the head of one of the most notorious gangs in this city, and a half-orc who, through some series of machinations, now owns a good number of businesses in this city.
there was a
half-
fire more than half a year ago. It was very tragic. You
I
would have had to have been there.
I know. I know. I've read all about it. So
So you read about it. So you don't know about all the hard work that we put into rebuilding this city.
no. I know about all the hard work you've done, Miss Ford. I know everything about you, because like you, I've done my research.
All right. Lita leans back in her chair. Who am I?
It's like Lita Ford, head of House Ford, born in Old Fear as a slave, escaped slavery sometime when you were around 10 or 11. Records are a bit vague when it comes to that information. Lived in Skaringard for a time, going under various aliases, including Nikki Six, Patricia Benatar, and a few others before making your way here, founding your own business, and then becoming a lord of the city of Sanctuary by negotiating a trade deal with the Oldfield Merchant King, Ramabala.
To be fair, that last bit was more Robert Burchill than me.
It's like, I will be speaking with Robert Burchill in due time.
Grant here is not a Nazi.
Grant here is not a Nazi. The reaction like that, I'm doing my job.
Udo Kier is not a Nazi. He's a psionic Russian. Well, then again, he did play the Fuhrer in Iron Sky.
My
results are mixed.
So I win.
So, and now you've run the. I need to actually pull up what the acronym for this is because.
I did make my own.
He's not a Nazi. He's an Izan.
God damn it.
So wait, does that mean he secretly loves everybody but hates himself?
Yeah.
Mm.
He likes me.
And he wants to be down. Oh my god.
Okay, I found it. And now she runs the Workers' Organization for Labor Protection and the Orchestration of Labor Equality. An organization that, by its own merits, is meant to help the downtrodden. The downtrodden of which, but the last time I checked, over 80% of your members now are elves. The very same people who aim to march upon our city in less than a year's time and kill us all. And
That's
you.
where you're wrong.
No, I don't think I am.
There's a difference between the elves that are marching on this city and the elves that live here. You see, the elves that live here love this city. The elves that are marching on the city don't love this city. They don't love what the city stands for.
And you
know
what all 80% of your elvish members are thinking at this exact moment.
Yes, I have a hive mind.
We're gene stealers, don't you know?
I can't say that, unfortunately, unlike the church, I don't have the ability to read people's minds.
Have you met my lieutenant, Locutus?
It's like... Yeah. Neither does the Church of Eternal Fire, but you can see it's a position I am in, Miss Ford. It's like, here you are, accused of being a wish by a man who is admittedly a traitor, yes, but you're also the head of an organization that represents and the very people who aim to kill us, and you do not know which of your own members are working with them, and you're also aiming to take up the position of Field Marshal, which, if it is granted to you, would give you complete and total control of all the military powers in and surrounding Sanctuary. You can see why these allegations is against you, even if they were brought to our attention by a madman and a traitor. We take them very seriously.
So let me get this straight. The church has cooked up this idea that I'm going to use this position to somehow unite with Fenharel and march upon Embersol?
The church and the king has no idea what you will do. That is what I am here to find out.
Kill elves.
Look here. What you so rudely interrupted this morning was me working with my two associates to attempt at finding a way to vet our members and to weed out who these insurgents more than likely are.
Why not? Why not just let the witch hunters do that? They seem to be doing an amiable job of it already.
Oh boy. Here she goes.
Oh yes, wantonly murdering people in the streets. Oh yes, that's an amiable job. It's exactly what the city was when I showed up. Now, let me get this straight. You're going to be killing the insurgents. This is exactly what the insurgency wants.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what they want.
And what would you
All this does, all the murder does, is reinforce their ideology.
And what would you do differently, my Lady Ford?
Tribunals, interrogations. If we hold tribunals, we now have their members imprisoned and we can interrogate and figure out their means and methods, how they're infiltrating, who are members of the traitorous organizations. We can do all of that. Also, it confuses the shit out of the insurgency, because if we start saving their members from being wantonly murdered in the street and are jailing them, all that's going to do is put a nice big old dent in their ideology. Oh, yeah, but then again, the xenophobic church wouldn't understand that. Mercy isn't exactly something I've come to expect.
Since we are on this subject, tell me, Lita, what exactly is your opinion of the Church of Eternal Fire?
That's a loaded
Choose your words carefully, young one.
Out of character. That's a loaded question. Do you want to...
Question.
Well, let's see. If it was Zach in that situation, he would just say, I think organized religion is complete bunk because any organization run by a bunch of crotchety old white people telling me how to think and how to feel about a book that was written almost 3.5 millennia ago is not a good idea.
Mm-hmm.
But,
Rock the boat, baby.
Like I said,
Yeah.
choose your words carefully.
oh, I'm more partial to the non-denominational Church of the Creator. I don't particularly enjoy the fact that every sermon, every service, the priests stand up and talk to us about love thy neighbor, love thy family, love thyself, love the state, love the church, all that shit. And then I go out and I'm like, wow, I feel better about myself. Oh, hey, there's somebody being burned at the stake. Kind of puts a whole damper on the mercy for all message that your church is trying to espouse.
Just letting God sort them out.
It's like, well...
Take it from a person who spent most of their life being objectified, oppressed, and suppressed by someone who thought they were better than you. Who showed no mercy.
And now you find yourself in a very position of power where you can actually talk back to the people who would do that to you now. Must feel good, doesn't it?
Great. Gets me hard.
You keep making all of these allusions to the idea that you have a penis. It is quite disturbing.
Well, I find that pretending to have a dick in a world full of dickless fuckers is probably the best way to get around. I mean, after all, that's probably the main reason why you're here, is because Ezekiel Tempest feared nothing except one thing, a woman in charge. And so now you're here. Because that dickless wonder couldn't handle the fact that a true dickless wonder was in charge. Cunt.
It's like... And may he burn in hell for his stupid ideas. But
No. Saying you wish he burns in hell is exactly what he would want. To burn is a part of that glorious eternal fire. No. May he be sodomized for all eternity with a pineapple. That's much more eloquent. That's much more accurate, and he doesn't get what he wants.
Just a dick measuring contest.
Okay.
That's
And she's winning.
You entered
Doesn't even have to be.
a dick measuring
Let's
contest
just
with a woman.
flop it out. Dear Lord.
Lita, just suddenly from it feels like towards it's coming from towards the front. You just hear a voice, but it sounds like and then just suddenly, very quickly, you hear footsteps, and they're silent, just like I'm sorry to interrupt, lady. But whoever you said your name was, but your associates, and then you just watch as he stands up and walks on out, and now you can actually hear the voice that's coming from the front, and it's Elvish. And it's like, the fuck do you think you're doing? Put me down!
Yeah, I'm flying across that fucking room. I'm gonna run past fucking Udo goddamn Kier.
Kier walks out and barely notices you as you just rush past him, and you walk out to the reception area where you see a very bizarre sight. True to what Kier said earlier, there are two individuals in this room. Also, actually, Anaris, do you follow her out?
Yep.
Okay, so
you might have God on your side. I got Spider Gwen.
No, you don't have to roll stealth. But like,
I see all things.
But yeah, like as you walk out into the reception area, you see two individuals. The first of which is an elf who is just standing guard by the door. She is like only like an inch or two taller than Kier, and like true to most elves, she's got the body of a model, like perfect form, very very lithe, and you can tell that she has perfect form because the leather armor she's wearing like perfectly contorts to all the curves of her body. It's like almost skin tight. What you also notice is that this elf is wearing like a Mortal Kombat like Melina katana mask that covers the lower half of her face, and is bald. But that's not nearly as jarring as the fact that she's carrying an unreasonably number of knives. Like all along both arms, there's like knives and sheaths, like on the arms, on the forearms. She's got a bandolier of knives across her chest, and there are like knives running down her legs. And she looks at you as soon as you enter the room with like this cold, emotionless stare. That's kind of uncanny for you to look at, because this was the same look that Anaris gave you all when she appeared. And then there's the other individual in the room who kind of catches you off guard. Just like, it's like in the room itself, like she's by the door, like standing in the middle of the actual room itself is like this 7.5, like reaching 8 foot tall beast of a man whose proportions are almost like more ape-like or gorilla than a human. And much like a gorilla, this man is built for days. His bicep is like bigger than your head. He's like bigger around than most people you've seen. Like he's wearing these very simple clothes that like they look like they have to be custom made for a person to fit his size. And he does have hair. He's got these long dreads that like go all the way down his back, like past his waist. What's interesting about him though is his skin has this kind of like grayish color to him, like it's almost unnatural. And this person, this person with one hand, which by the way, his hand looks like it could wrap around your entire torso. His hand is one-handed. He is holding up an elf like several inches off the floor by the neck. It's like, and you this is the elf that was screaming. It's like, put me down, and like, yes?
Worse, Stolichnian.
Yes.
Oh, so it is a North Korean.
So, sorry, I thought I heard a knock at my door. But yeah, do you have any reaction to this before Kier walks in?
What the hell is going on here?
As Kier walks in behind you and just asks, I would like to know the answer to this as well. What is going on here? Oh, then please put him down. He just drops him But before the elf can get back up, you watch as this Goliath-looking motherfucker just walks over and steps on his back to prevent him from getting up. And it's like, please explain.
Oh God, Stilichty and sign language.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, like he doesn't talk. He's like doing like these very weird hand gestures, and it does look like sign language. And it's like, and Kier seemingly pays attention to this, and then raises an eyebrow. And is like, interesting, and then turns to the elf. Show me. You then watch as, without hesitation, she walks over, grabs the elf's hair, and like just pulls it up over his face, and you can see on the back of this elf's neck is an insurgent tattoo.
Oh no.
Well, my Lady Ford, it would appear that one of the members of these insurgents is in your office right now.
Where's Rowan right now?
Across the street at his house.
Rowan, technically you should be on call today, but Lita did give you the day off. Where do you want to be right now?
Across the street at my house.
Well, your house is
elf girlfriend. Why would I not be anywhere else?
Okay, so Rowan. Okay, so if you're at your house, then Rowan is not going to be able to get here in time to matter.
You know I'm right across the street.
No, he's at the Walpole offices.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait. Okay.
Rowan, I'm at work.
Yeah, Rowan, your house is up here. The Walpole. Lita's here at the Walpole office.
I got it.
Yeah, Lita's going to. I guarantee you, the very minute this is over, Lita's going to turn to Celia, get Rowan now.
But yes, you then watch as the Inquisitor turns to you. He's like, "Well, my Lady Ford, it would appear that this insurgent has come into your place of business, presumably to join. Which, if I had to guess, meant that he intends to either spy on you, undermine you, or potentially assassinate you. Either way, you and your organization were this man's intended target. As this is your place of business, what do you recommend we do with him?"
Oil and mash him, stick him in a stew.
Lita looks at Udo, looks at the Inquisitor, looks at his two associates.
Mm-hmm.
Turns to Celia. Celia, be a dear.
Mm-hmm. And she leaves the room.
No, she doesn't ask her to leave the room.
Oh, okay. Oh, what?
Celia, be a dear. I need you to make 2 stops for me.
Mm-hmm.
Go get Euron. Go get the guard. Ask for Euron. And then go to Rowan's house and tell Rowan to be here 5 minutes ago. I'll double his pay for the day for inconveniencing him on his day off.
Oh.
Damn it. Time magic. You've proven that you are a witch.
Rowan's in there. I've been here the whole time. Just like you said.
All right.
And
then she runs right out. Mike, roll me a perception check.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Perception.
Ooh, that's low.
Oh, golly. Gee, dude.
That's a 21.
Okay.
That's low. I'm like, I rolled a 2 plus 19.
Okay. As this is going on, you get an interesting experience because you watch as the bald elf follows Celia out the door as she runs to do her job, and then as she looks back, her eyes look up towards the ceiling for a moment, and she looks right where you are and lingers there. You're hidden. You know you're hidden, and you know with 100% confidence that you don't have to move because there's no way she can see you. But she's looking there anyway.
Take her down.
Do you actually do that?
No.
Okay, but yeah, like you get this tense moment of like, what the fuck, does she see me? Does she see me? Then she just keeps looking.
I smell drow.
Mm-hmm. It's like, but yeah, like since it is now just you guys in the room, and like Alphonse and Siler are staying well out of this, and Kier then turns back to you, Zach, and says like, "Well, since we have a few moments to wait, my ties with the honors of questioning him first, or do you want to do that?"
No.
I assure you, Lita, this is my job, and I care very much for the safety of this city as you do.
Lita, let him up.
Why?
Let him up.
I suppose it doesn't matter. And then you just watch him motion to his friend, and then he does so. And lets them up.
Immediately, Lita grabs him by the ear and "You're coming with me to my office."
No.
You two stay here. Kier follows you to the office.
Yeah, I'm gonna sit him down across from me.
He sits down, and Kier comes into the office with you, and then just leans against the wall by the door, and just looks at you.
Lita, does if my day couldn't get any fucking worse.
Mm-hmm.
You have 5 minutes to explain yourself. By then, the city guard will probably be here.
He's like,
and I'm handing you over to them.
And do not
You stay out of this. Lita's pissed.
So much for the talent of Lita.
It's like,
you have 5 minutes to explain yourself, and you better just start talking. Otherwise, I am going to be less than amicable here.
It's just like, I'm here to join your organization.
And why the fuck do you have an insurgent tattoo on the back of your neck? Clock is ticking, asshole.
It's like, you really are just like they said. You use us for your own political gain. You don't really care, do you?
Then why the fuck did I tell the fucking motherfucker out there that's taller than a brick shithouse to get off of you?
So you could humiliate me?
No. So they wouldn't hurt you, because I don't trust them. I don't trust him to not do something brash and stupid like that. Also, the fact that I sent for the city guard, not the witch hunters. I think that says something. If I turned you over to the witch hunters, you'd probably be black-bagged, interrogated, and beaten nearly half to death.
It doesn't matter what you do to me. My fate is already sealed. But at least I'll die knowing that you didn't get anything from me. You Ilsenine bitch. Ilsenine is an Elvish word that you know, Lita. It translates to common as lower life form.
Lita is going to roll Intimidate.
Sure.
26. Look here, you little shit. Mm-hmm. You think I'm trying to use you? You think that? That's why you're here?
Yes.
If I want to take advantage of all of you, I'd have you all marching into a fucking meat grinder for my amusement. But I'm not!
Just like,
I am trying my damnedest, and it's people like you who are coming here to undermine my efforts. You bought your ticket on this cart ride. This cart ride that's currently on a free fall into hell. Don't blame me. Don't accuse me of using you. You sealed your own fate, dumbass.
And I will die with my conscience clear then.
Ah!
Rowan,
smiling upon me. You'll say the same.
Rowan, just quick question, just for the sake of clarity. Are you already in your shiny new armor to show it off to your girlfriend?
I shoot it up.
Okay.
If she's calling me on my day off, so that means something serious is going down.
I'm asking because whatever you're doing right now at your house, suddenly you hear.
Coming. Yeah.
Hold on 1 second.
No one's there.
Weird.
Stealth.
The door was definitely knocked upon, but there's no one there.
Curious. I must burn the city down to find the one responsible.
Damn ding dong ditch ghosts.
Yeah.
Town's haunted. What? Gets bombs. Town's haunted.
Sorry, I had to convince my parents that everything was actually okay in here.
Sir,
Wait.
son, you sound like you're being German right now. Are you okay?
Yes, mother, I am.
And they're calling you because you're German.
Mm-hmm. But yes, Rowan, you open the door, and there you recognize Asilia, the receptionist for the Walpole office. You've seen her enough times to have gotten into her fights by then, and she looks winded. Like she looks like she ran here, and she just is like, don't have time to explain. Lita needs you. Walpole office. 5 minutes ago. There's trouble. I need to run to the city guard, and then she just takes off and starts running. So Reza saw this, and she just is like, go do what you have to.
You better be naked when I get back.
I love the way you said that. She helps you with that, and then she just says, do you have to ask?
Yeah.
All right. So Rowan, for you, I'm just going to say that you get suited up, you walk there, and as you walk into the front entrance of Walpole, you see the same two individuals that I described, the Mortal Kombat elf assassin chick and the bestial gorilla of a man with the long dreads, and they both just look at you expectantly as you walk in. Like, you're armored up and you have your fancy new sword, so they know you're clearly a fighter, but yeah, they're just watching you to see what you do.
Here for Lita Ford.
Neither of them say anything. And
Look, it's my day off. Can we just...
What? The giant man just looks towards in the direction of where the office is. Meanwhile, while this had been Meanwhile, while this had been going on, and Rowan, you'll enter as this conversation is happening. He's just like, but he's like, at least I'll die with my conscience clear. What do you say to that?
Oh, you idiot.
I'm
so sorry you feel that way.
Sorry, a human. Sorry for me. That's a joke. When did any of you feel sorry for us?
When I founded this union.
It's like... Can you answer me a question, Lita? Do you really care?
No.
No. I'd like to point out something.
And Rowan,
Unlike...
yeah, as this conversation is going on, you watch as Lita approaches the office, and you can see him through the glass. And Rowan, you can see the gaunt person with the slick back hair and the black leather armor just in the office with Lita, just leaning against the wall as if nothing's a bother to him.
If I didn't care, why would I, one, still live in this city even though I could afford to live out? And two, why would I spend every day from sun up till well after sundown in this office personally talking to every person that comes in and asks to see me? No one gets turned away from my office.
No one gets turned away from your office, except from me.
You only got turned away because of a bad choice you made. That's not my fault. That's yours. You made the choice to sign up with a man who will destroy this city and kill every elf in it because they don't follow his same belief.
You humans actually believe that? You really are fucking morons.
Who's stupider? Me for thinking that, or you for not believing it?
You don't know our kinds. You do not know our leader. He will not kill his own kin. He has no reason to. So,
you say that now. But consider this. Humans felt that same way for a long time. We won't kill brother and brother. How many civil wars did it take to unite Syria? How many civil wars did it take to unite Skarngard? How many civil wars will it still take? Humans have been killing each other for a long time. It's in vogue. It's
and we're
a
not
catching disease.
And we're not you. We're not.
Yes.
We're not Ilsensine. When you're gone, we'll put this world as it should be, and everyone will be as they should be, and we will not fight for petty reasons like you do, because
why
of your
did your
short
empire fall?
This guy's fucking brain dead.
If you didn't fight for useless reasons, why did your empire fall in the first place?
It's at this point that you suddenly start to hear a commotion from the front as it sounds like multiple pairs of boots walk in. And Rowan, because you're outside the door, you see this first. You see Euron walk in, and you see some of your friends, but you also see the witch hunters Robert Roth and Luigi Mosley.
God damn it!
And looking back out in the reception area, you can see two more of them.
And what the hell happened?
And then what? And like they ignore you as they just walk as Roth and Mosley just walk past you into the office and see what's going on. And as soon as they see this, Kier just is like, "There's no need to panic. Alchemist, Mr. Roth, this whole situation has been resolved without incident. He is yours."
Lita puts herself between the elf and the witch hunters. I'm pressing charges against him.
I want money first before he dies.
Against who?
She points at the elf. I'm pressing charges against him.
For what reason?
Criminal trespassing.
Looks to Mosley, who just looks confused, then just looks over to the Inquisitor, who he looks like he knows him already. And Kier to that just shrugs. He's just like we will see if such an action can be allowed given the circumstances, Lady Ford. However, he still must come with us for the time being. We have several questions of our own to ask him.
You harm a hair on his head, I'll break every fucking bone in your body.
Whether or not we harm him is up to him.
Lita, I asked for the city guard. I'm pressing charges.
Yeah.
I want him arrested.
Yes, you did ask for the city guard. However, However, since it came to light that some members of these insurgencies are mages, all matters dealing with them are now our domain.
There you go.
Therefore, we will be
What was
taking
that?
him off of your hands. We will talk to our superiors and see if in this instance you will be allowed to press charges against this man, provided of course he has not committed any major crimes thus far and is not a mage.
Yeah.
You mount this to Euron, and Euron doesn't respond. He just gives you a look like, I can't do shit about this.
That guy's balls in a vice.
Fine. House Ford is pressing charges.
It's like, however you choose to phrase it, Lady Ford, he still must come with us, and he still must answer our questions. We will examine the situation and see if charges may be pressed in due time after we have done our job. I can assure you, we will not kill him needlessly.
Just start strangling him. We're not
And if-
killing him needlessly.
We're gonna bring him back.
And if
We'll bring him
You
back.
can have
It's
the
like-
body.
and perhaps
Savages.
if he doesn't bite out his tongue like one of the other people we arrested and then subsequently had to kill, perhaps this will be easier for him.
I wonder why they feel the need to bite their tongues.
They taste good.
Lita turns, looks at the elf. Who, by the way, she is literally doing this.
Mm-hmm. With
Yeah.
everyone in this room is bigger than you.
I know. But she just turns back and looks at the elf. I'm sorry. I tried.
He-
Don't
actually
apologize for
tried.
that asshole. He doesn't care.
I know.
He just
Already wearing
gives
the
no
hat. I can't
he gives
think
no
of-
reaction as Mosley just walks around you, grabs the elf by the shoulders, and then just slaps both of his hands on his back, and then you watch as he slaps dimeridium cuffs on his hands. Before he is escorted out of the building by the witch hunters and the members of the city guard that you called, which you can now see, Lita, including Euron and some of the other people you know in there, who all the members of the city guard that you see, by the way, they all look dejected, like they don't want to be here.
Yep.
But soon the witch hunters and the city guard are gone, and that just leaves Kier there with, I was going to say the two of you, but no, it's actually the three of you, because Anaris is still on the ceiling.
And Rowan.
Well, that's what I said. Three of you. You, Rowan, and Anaris. It's three.
And Craig, but we don't talk about Craig. He's always T-posing.
But yeah, like, with them gone, Kier just says to you, Lita, it's like, I know it was difficult, but you did the right thing. You have my assurance, Lady Ford, that I will personally make sure that they do not kill him before you have a chance to do what you need to for his own safety. After all, you might
Get
have
the
valuable.
fuck out of my office. Get the fuck out of my office before I have you thrown out. Did I stutter? Door's there, asshole! March!
Backs her up with the height.
There is no need for that. We will speak again eventually, I am sure of it. And he just turns and walks out, and taking his two associates with him.
What was that all about?
I punched the window.
Roll me a strength check.
That's
Just a
how.
window. Now my hand is broken.
Now this is how Lita dies. She gets glass in her hand and dies.
Well, the good news is you don't take any damage, and you didn't punch the glass hard enough to break it, but that still hurt.
We have an Inquisitor on our trail. Because Tempest ratted us out, he thinks that we're mages.
Good thing no one we know is a mage.
So, what was with the elf?
He was an insurgent. Another one. Trying to sign up today to be a member of the Union.
Is there anything you need me to talk to my associates about, my new friends about?
If they ask, if your new friends ask, tell them I sold them out immediately.
You know that's gonna piss them off, right?
That's what they want to hear.
Fair enough.
Better to feed them lies and the truth, because either way, they're not going to. They won't believe the truth. They're going to believe the lie before they believe the truth.
All right. So what are we gonna do then about the Inquisitor?
For the first time in her life, you hear Lita utter the following words. I don't know.
Dun, dun,
Rowan
dun.
feels colder than his armor all of a sudden.
As the
Darts on the
As a
ceiling.
DM,
Ah,
I do
this
want
shit's
to point this out. Zach, that meeting of the lords you called for, that's happening tonight at dinner at the Helsing estate. That's the soonest it could be arranged. But I do just want to throw that out there.
We'll bring the in. We have a meeting with Lady Helsing tonight.
Mark goes back to the house.
We'll bring everyone with us.
I don't want to go.
Oh.
Euron. There's a whole bunch of others that I've already sent invites for. This might be a bloodbath.
Oh.
I might also rip the prince's head off and shove it down his throat.
Well, let's just play that by ear.
Yeah. Lita is kind of just like standing awkwardly close to Rowan.
Mm-hmm. Anaris, you see this.
I want to.
Yeah, actually, Lita just goes.
Get down to Rowan.
Rowan.
Fuck. Just a narcissist behind Rowan again.
Lita just kind of goes. Can you do me a favor?
Yeah.
I need a hug.
What?
Fucking knew it.
I've had a bad. Lita's never mind.
Do you hug her?
Nox went through the same thing, and he's like, hugs? What?
Kind of unbelievable.
Lita, I just want to point out, hugging Rowan in his new armor is like hugging a refrigerator.
I've done that before. It's wonderful. I love you, refrigerator. You keep my
I had
snacks
to
good.
move the refrigerator before. Yeah.
It gets really awkward. Like they're there.
Thanks.
Awkward sibling hug. Hat.
Yes. Yeah, it's like that. It's like that scene in Gravity Falls. Awkward sibling hug. Awkward sibling hug.
But yeah.
I imagine it's
This
more like
is why
Rowan's
I
picking
didn't
up
want
an angry
solo
pit bull.
sessions.
Like,
I didn't want any solo sessions before I introduced this character.
well, he's dead. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. We're killing them all.
We're not killing. Unfortunately, this is the one NPC that I think if we kill, there might be actual consequences.
But I want him dead. He's German and is smug.
So, is there more to the scene, or are you guys done?
No, Lita's going to look at. Lita's just kind of going to like sit down. Sits down in her chair. How much do I pay you for the day, Rowan?
I'm getting paid.
I have an answer. I have an answer for this. Give me a second.
43,000 gold.
Okay.
If he paid that daily, that
What am I doing here?
That would drain the coffers.
Later, bitches. I'm going. Taking Cereza. I'm leaving.
Rowan just goes, wait, I'm wealthy? All of a sudden just throws the sword down. Screw this job.
Fuck you. Running away.
I'm going to fantasy Jamaica.
Tahiti, Cereza, Tahiti.
Tahiti, Arthur. Tahiti.
Have some goddamn faith, Knox! and then Burchill's like, Lumbago.
Lumbago. Are you taking me back, Arthur?
I can't actually find my list of what... I can't actually find my list of how much a city guardsman makes. Because, yeah, Rowan makes more than a city guardsman, but yeah, I can't find the exact amount. I'm sorry.
Lita just goes, I know it's your day off. Technically, I don't need your services until this evening. So, if you want to stick around, that's fine. If you want to go home and spend the rest of the day with Cereza, that's fine. Either way, I'm doubling your pay for the day.
That was pretty double zero.
He gets he gets paid by exposure.
You work for exposure, right?
And by exposure, we mean the exposure to Cereza.
Okay.
Well, when you put it like that.
We'll throw you a pizza party with some Sprite at the end of the year.
Rowan just goes, you know what? It's fine. I mean, probably best if I stay around here, considering you're gonna have two sets of eyes on you now, the elves and the Inquisitor. The Rowan's quiet for a second. He goes, "I'll be back in 20 minutes." He goes home.
Which, by the way, Rowan, when you eventually get home, you see Cereza just like picking up some things, and then she sees you walk in, just like, well, I'm sorry, I'm not naked right now. I wasn't expecting you back until much later. I thought things were much worse.
Bring
Okay.
it back. Fade to black, BioWare style.
Okay, so until
And then
we
he's gonna
cut
go
to until we cut to this evening at the Helsing Estate, is there anything any of you guys want to do?
I gotta go report back.
Enzo?
We're gonna make this a little bit easier.
Okay, Mike, is there anything you choose not to tell him?
And I'm gonna pretty much tell him near everything. Specifically, the individual that came in, what he said he was, the information that Ezekiel Tempest, I guess, reported about her being a witch and other stuff like that. The fact that they believe the words of the man whose spine I broke and lit on fire in that way. The fact that the fucking weird gray person came, the elf that seemingly looked at me, which was weird. Oh, and the fact that Lita doesn't seem to know what's going on, which is very confusing to me, because she seems very helpful, which is weird. And the fact that she actively seems to give it.
Temme, I would like you to roll a religion check for me.
Because I'm losing my religion.
Oh,
REM intensifies.
Didn't even have the character sheet.
yeah, I know. I'm so ill prepared.
Temme, you go to the corner of shame right this instant.
Okay, I'll live there for a few weeks. I
It's
have
in
no shame.
Detroit, just so you know.
Okay, there's actually some pretty good shit in Detroit. Also,
No, you
beach
can't have
server
shit
is
in Detroit.
so-
But then you'll become human.
But you
What?
can't
No,
have shit
I don't
in
wanna be
Detroit,
human.
Temme.
18.
Don't go
Okay.
back.
You just, for good reason, like, even though it is technically part of your own religion, but for good reason, you actually do not know much about the Inquisitors. Like, their organization within the church and how they operate is kept secret for a reason. However, you're getting the feeling that killing this guy would be a mistake. These guys are kind of like the boogeymen of the church. Like when when somebody does bad things, they show up and then their deeds are just never heard from again. Because as far as you're aware, the best way to describe an Inquisitor is the Church isn't stupid enough to just assume that their system is perfect. Like they know that members of their Church could potentially be corrupted. Some might be mages in hiding, or some might be monsters in hiding. Or some of the lords of the city who are usually like able to get around the law are in fact people who are working to undermine the country of Syria. And so you have the Inquisitors to deal with people like them. They're pretty much like the Church of Eternal Fire CIA / Internal Affairs
They're an Inquisition.
I actually don't know the name for these, but in communist Russia, like whenever Stalin had a problem. Yeah, they're kind of like the KGB of the Church of Eternal Fire. Like if there's a problem within the church, or like within the nobility, or even within the royal family, they step in and just make these problems go away.
That's easy enough to remember.
Mm-hmm.
I meet up with Anaris for this, and I'm like, okay, you did good. You did very good, Anaris.
Yes. I'm perfect. I don't say that.
Don't worry.
But I am.
Don't worry. I am also the perfect human.
Lies.
Yes. So I go to the market.
Mm-hmm.
I find the most expensive bottle of wine I could find there.
Getting the 10-year-old drunk. Got it.
Roll me a d20 for a second, just to see how lucky you are.
That's 15.
Damn! I thought you were gonna get vinegar.
I was really hoping for that 20, but yeah.
What was the number? Like no modifiers, just what was it?
15.
Oh, that's actually not bad. Believe it or not, thanks to the efforts of the Burchill Foundation, the open market in the city square now has imports from Ophir. So,
Wonderful.
If you're the one, where you just found box wine or...
Sadly, it kind of is box wine, but it's box wine from Ophir, so it's an exotic import.
We got some sangria, boys.
Seriously. So I get a bottle of that, and then I cast Sending.
Okay. To who?
I'm like, Lady Ford, I'm coming for a visit. Are you at the office or at the Velvet Room?
Lita, where are you?
Office, working.
Which by the way, Temme, where you bought the wine is actually here in Hierarch Square. You can just turn around and walk right into the Walpole office.
That's the plan.
Don't turn around. Moonwalk in there.
Okay, so you walk right on into the Walpole office. Silia looks kind of distraught, but she recognizes you. She just is she's in her office.
People recognize me? I don't think I've ever been here.
They know she knows who Lita's associates are, so don't worry about that.
If you see a scary guy and another scary guy and another scary guy.
Mm-hmm. You've been seen with her before.
Yeah.
But yeah, she just lets you in. Which, Lita, you watch as Enzo walks into your office carrying an Ophiri bottle of wine.
Am I back at this point?
So following in the
no, actually, you are not.
Okay.
So Cereza can go multiple times at once.
But can I?
You
Don't ever think of the man.
Lita,
I'm not a machine.
Do you want to roll a fortitude saving throw to see if you can? I was not going to ask you to do this originally, but if you want to, you can do it.
Do it.
Okay.
Do it, Jayson. Do it.
Fortitude.
Peer
I mean,
pressure every time.
23.
she's basically
23?
Sure, yeah, you can keep up with her easy.
by this point, I'll just say Lita's probably also sent Silia to go get Burchill.
We'll get through this. We'll get to this scene first, and then we'll do Burchill.
Well, no, I said would have sent for Burchill by now because I'm not going to spring, oh, by the way, there's an Inquisitor asking questions at the dinner party. That would just be bad etiquette.
But yeah, we'll say that Silia was just leaving to do that as Enzo was walking in, so we'll get through this scene first, and then Ken, we'll get to you.
Okay.
I hold up the bottle. I look at the bottle. I look at Lita. I'm like, "Can you have 2 glasses, Miss Lady Ford?"
I have one. You can drink for me.
Oh, wait, say that again.
I have 1 glass. You can drink for me.
I think you'll want some. I think you'll want some too. I take the glass. I pour it. I take a shot, pour it, and then I slide it over to her. Humor me.
I'm at the office now. She slides it back. She's at the office. Like, this is actually something I think everybody will notice. Lita is not drinking as much as she used to. For whatever reason.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's just, usually she'd slam back 2 glasses, but now that she's trying to be important, or trying to be important and do stuff, she's cutting back on the alcohol. Yeah.
I look up her and I'm like, I can make you not. I can make sure you don't get drunk. You might want to drink for this.
Lita shoves the glass back.
Fine. I take another swig. I take and put it down. I'm like, Maxwell's ignoring me.
That's new.
I think he doesn't want me involved in whatever's going on.
Oh, you mean the Inquisitor that showed up just not an hour ago?
I don't think it's the Inquisitor. But that's also fun news that I heard from Anaris. It's not
Anaris.
a secret.
Wait, Anaris, are you here, by the way?
I'm always there.
She's always in my shadow.
I like the disembodied echo. I'm always there.
Disembodied echo.
Okay, sorry to interrupt, but
I'm always watching. Always watching.
Sorry, that just seemed like pertinent information.
I'm always watching you, Wazowski.
Always watching.
Did you file your pay? Oh. God damn it, I can't do that voice as often as I used to anymore. Fuck.
Did you file your paperwork, Wazowski?
No.
Well, this is annoying. I'm going to try to talk to the only other person in this forsaken city that hopefully likes me more than Maxwell does. But I'm tenuous about this relationship as it is. So, another insurgent in the office, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. You can tell the atmosphere is a little disheveled as soon as you walk in. You might want to fix that.
Make yourself up.
I think pours another glass, takes it back, puts the glass down. It's like, do you want me present at this meeting tonight that you've assembled for the Lords?
All of us are going to be there.
Including Knox?
Please don't.
Yeah,
invite
why
me.
not?
Why? I've never met these people face to face. They have no idea what I look like.
Okay. Not that I can tell you what to do, Lady Ford, but I should really tell you what to do. And that is not to bring Knox. Burchill,
Thank you!
perfect sense. Rowan makes perfect sense. Me, I understand I could come too. Anaris is just going to be there regardless because if I'm not there, I want her there.
I assume she was going to be there anyway.
Yeah.
So
Knox will hide in the shadows watching everybody.
Yeah,
Knox and
that's
other
not what she meant.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, let's-
Knox will be there. He'll just be hiding in a closet or something.
Wonderful. That's an image. Okay.
I just got
Tucked
got
me in
my
the
eye
closet. Just a Superman.
Always just a Superman.
It's like, men would enshrine this room if they knew that within its confines a living legend is reborn. And now on our tour is the janitor's closet of Superman!
Well, if that's the case, then I should probably go prepare a few things. What was the Inquisitor here for exactly?
Apparently, before he died, Ezekiel Tempest wrote to the Inquisitor and said that I was a mage. And then he died. They ignored the complaint until he died.
It's almost as if killing him had far-reaching consequences.
We figured that.
Okay, well, other than your bad attitude, do they have proof?
Lita just kind of does one of those, like, tilts her head and just goes, no. They're more curious.
That's good. At least there's no proof of your actions. Enzo goes to pour another glass and then stops motioning. And then, like, the glass starts, like, filling over. I'm like, oh, no.
Oh no, I'm an alcohol.
Lita goes, what?
He drinks the glass and then tries to cleans up the mess a little bit. It's like,
You have a handkerchief, that's not difficult.
yeah.
You all have handkerchiefs.
It's a nice desk.
I
That's what I
clean it up
want.
immediately. Like,
You might have to buy a new handkerchief though, because that one's stained with wine, but you clean it.
I would literally just throw it away. It's fine. And Enzo's kind of like looking off for a minute. It's like,
What is this?
That's not
Don't mind me. Go on, Timmy.
that's funny. Do you remember a conversation we had? It feels like a long time ago at this point. And how we view this very professional relationship of ours.
Yes.
I have proof.
You have what?
I have proof of everything. As well as
Rewind a few. Yeah, rewind a few seconds. What?
I have proof of everything you've done since I've arrived in Sanctuary, as well as my speculations on everything prior to my arrival in Sanctuary, including the fires.
Lita. Well, you do realize that this evidence, if they find this evidence, they'll burn me alive. Rowan probably gonna lose his head. God only knows what they'll try to do whatever they want to Nox, but let's face it, Nox will probably die screaming, "You'll never take me alive!" before suddenly the entire city goes up.
Yeah,
Anaris.
that's pretty much.
They'll burn Anaris at the stake alongside.
No, they won't.
Burchill.
I'll find her.
That drow ninja might be able to find you.
Burchill
No.
will probably lose his head.
For real.
God only knows what they'll do to Horace.
Kentucky Fried
You.
Horse.
She looks at you. You. They'll crucify you.
Too
They'll
Jewish.
put you. Alright.
Did you mention sorry?
Have fun.
Sorry, else too.
Have
My
fun.
dad's,
She
my,
says
my
it.
dad's taking my aunt to go get her COVID shot.
I know, but the way you said that after, said they'll crucify you. Have fun.
Yeah. She goes,
Could be stabbed.
no, she goes, they'll nail you to 2 pieces of wood and put you on display in front of the church.
Santa Maria.
And Max will probably jerk off at your feet. Let's be honest here.
Hot.
Yes, I realize that me
Ooh, this
having
is really
evidence to the party's activities is not a good thing. However, in my defense, our relationship, up until recently, has been tentative at best.
Well, I think that just means we need to either really hide this evidence or we destroy it.
That's
What
fucking
evidence?
I would actually like to know this as well.
Did he have a video camera this whole time?
fun. Yes, I do.
Well, you see, this crazed cat woman gave me everything.
As the DM, could you tell me what you have, just so that I'm aware of it and whether or not it can be found?
It can be found, but you have to suspect me and you have to think that I'm a traitor in some capacity.
Well, what is it?
It's a video
My
camera, I
journal.
told you.
In what form is this video camera?
It's my journal. I basically have written down everything that the party has done since as well as my own expectations. It is my personal journal.
Okay.
In the event of the party betraying me, I would immediately tell Maxwell where it was for it to be discovered.
Okay. So I just needed as the DM to know what this was. So thank you.
Yeah.
And
But yeah,
my
that was my insurance policy for Lita.
Lita goes, I also have a similar book, however. Mine's more of a research journal. John, you know what I'm talking about.
You also have several magic tomes hidden underneath the floorboards in your house.
There's that. There's the magic. There's this books I acquired through means. However, one thing of note, and you might find this novel, Enzo. You might find this kind of novel, Enzo. My notes have suddenly gone from being written in Alfir to more secular.
Celestial?
No, common.
Oh, not
No, not common. Celestial.
Oh, okay.
was
So
right.
you said, so the only people who could read it straight up would be you and I, and anyone else who tried to read it would realize it's in a different language.
Or Temme, anyone else who has the spell comprehend language, which Inquisitor is also a member of the church, so he probably has it too.
Oh, I look at this glass. I look at the bottle. There's still half a bottle left. Are you sure you don't want a glass at this point?
What time is it in the day, John?
I'd say it's like 10 in the morning.
I can remove any drunkenness you incur, and I literally hold the glass in my hand and hand it to him.
I'd like to, but no.
You're lost. The swill is terrible.
Where'd you get that?
In the market, it's all fear, and I hand her the bottle.
I look at the bottle.
Zach, this is a fairly common wine in Alfir, but seeing it actually here in Sanctuary is kind of nostalgic in a bizarre way, if only because it's nostalgic for a terrible, terrible time in your life.
You bought peasant wine. How much did you pay for this?
It's an exotic import, Temme, so unfortunately you did pay a pretty penny for this.
I don't care.
Lita looks at this bottle and just says, this is the kind of shit that if we brought this home to Ramabala, he'd beat us.
They literally brew it in the toilet. I mean, that's it on the label.
I look at the glass and I'm like, no wonder it tastes like swill. Moonshine's so much better.
Heyo.
Zach, in Alfir, the best bottle of wine goes for 300 gold pieces a bottle. That's in Alfir. You're not sure how much it would be marked up here.
Regardless, I needed something to drink after being railroaded by my own boss. So, regardless, if you don't want it, I'm just going to go pour it out in the streets as I leave.
Yeah, that's the best place for that swell.
Wonderful. I pour another glass, pound it back, like, ugh.
Lita says, you know, when eventually the trade embargo is lifted and we're able to get stuff from Skarngard, you really need to start drinking Skarngardian wine. It's so much better.
Temme, you've heard rumors of Skarngardian wine and how amazing it is, but you've never had it yourself.
Just leave me the moonshine. It's the only thing that's worth drinking around here right now, anyways.
Lita has intense flashbacks. Yes.
So I grab the bottle, I put the glass off to the side, I stand up, and I'm like, well, that was fun, but if you and I both have skeletons in our closet, and mind you, my skeletons happen to be in many closets around the city, we should probably talk about this with the rest of the party.
Agreed.
And with that note, I'm going to go back to the guild hall and think about things as I'm looking at the bottle.
Fuck a cat. Got it.
Like, as I start for, I'm like, Anaris, do you want any of this?
No response.
Yeah. You have no idea where Anaris is, by the way. You're just assuming she's there.
Nobody does.
Exactly. I just assume she's in my shadow. That's all I do.
Mhm.
If she's not, that's a rare occurrence.
Yeah.
Okay.
After that, if no response, I walk outside, and as I walk home, I literally just reach out and just pour the bottle in the street as I walk.
Okay. And while this is going on, Burchill, in the office in the Merry Mermaid, you're actually in the middle of reading the letter from the Luptons saying that they want to buy the Burchill Foundation from you. When
that's not what I said it was last time, but
it's not.
no.
Oh, my apologies. It says you're home. Okay, so let's rewind. So it is actually taken the entire length of this conversation for Silia to find you because she went to the Burchill Foundation first. You were not there and had to be directed to your house. Actually, suddenly there's a. You answer your door?
Well, before I imagine what Burchill was doing, but Burchill steps out of his bathtub, leaving Delilah behind in his bathrobe.
Okay, so you walk. Do you open the door?
Burchill's in. For those who've seen Hell of a Boss episode 2, Burchill's like in a red and black bathrobe.
Which coincidentally, as you open the door, you see Onktasar there, who is seeing you in the bathroom, just looks you up and down, and is just like, "Hey now."
It's game on.
But yeah, you just see him there, and next to him is this blonde. Actually, no, she's not blonde. Is this brunette elf lady who seems familiar to her, but you don't know her name. But it's like normally this would be the point where I'd ask you what you're doing, and if you need an extra pair of hands. But unfortunately, our friend here says she has some rather serious matters to attend to, and she needed to know where you live. So my work here is done. I will see you back at work. And he just waves off as he sways his hips on purpose as he walks away.
Burchill will look at this elf lady and just say, "Hey, so what's this about?" Slightly kind of annoyed.
Yeah. Somebody came into the Walpole office. He said he was an inquisitor for the church. He was asking Lita a bunch of questions. You'll have to ask her for the details, but she sent me to tell you immediately.
Burchill closes the door.
Right in her face?
I guess. I mean, I don't slam it, but...
Okay, so you close the door. She just stands there awkwardly for a few seconds, but then walks away. And as you close the door, just from the bathtub, just like, is everything okay, Robbie?
yes, Delilah has taken to calling you Robbie as well, mostly to annoy you.
He is number one.
I don't know. I don't know if Burchill's just comfortable with that because there's no way you could say that the word named Robbie sexually.
Robbie.
You haven't tried.
Yeah, no.
Robbie.
That's big difference.
Burchill pinches his brow. It seems Lita needs to talk to me, so I guess it's best I get dressed. You could stay in there and enjoy the warm water as long as you wish.
Things that bad?
Something about an Inquisitor.
Oh. Fuck. Well, I won't ask any questions. Get going.
Okay.
Right.
I guess Burchill just throws on the simplest outfit he has quickly, so I guess what that will call dresses up in the Castlevania show. So just pants and white shirt.
Oh, nice. So, quick question for all you guys. Are you meeting with yourselves before you go to the meeting of the Lords? And how are you letting Nox know this information, if at all?
I didn't leave Lita's office when he...
Okay. Okay.
I'll tell Nox, since I'm going to the same place he is.
All right. Well, Mike, what do you want to do?
So, soon after he leaves, what is Lita doing?
Good question.
Lita, she's actually kind of, you see her standing there, like sitting at her desk, just staring down at the paperwork of like ledgers and names and like basically cross-referencing. And let me flip a coin. Heads, yes. You just see Lita kind of pauses for a minute, and you see her just kind of like staring down at this piece of paper and not moving.
All right. What does it show on that paper again?
It's like the registry of Walpole members and their addresses, and when they joined. And I guess you would just kind of see Lita just like over, like you're on the ceiling, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's just like staring down at this.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess after a couple minutes, you hear her say, "What the hell am I going to do?"
Interesting.
And you see her, Lita just suddenly puts both hands, like, she's like this, staring at this, like, leaning down. What the hell am I going to do? And Lita starts crying.
Huh.
What the hell am I going to do?
Mm-hmm.
Anaris, you watched this happen.
Anaris is confused.
Your stealth score from before still applies here, just so you know.
31. You ain't fun.
Yeah. You're on company time. Crying's for personal.
Shut the fuck up and stop crying, samurai. We got a city to burn.
We got a city to burn. Are you sure?
We got the other half of the city to burn. Need more property.
All right, so Anaris, are you gonna do anything?
She's gonna kind of watch her for a few minutes to see if she continues crying, or if she's trying to figure out if this is a fucking act.
For who?
She continues to, like, Lita continues to cry. And I guess, she's just like, you actually see Lita, like, I guess see at one point Lita all of a sudden looks down and you can see, like, teardrops just staining the pages. She goes, oh, shit.
Anaris is going to kind of stealthily, as she's kind of wiping it, so she doesn't see where it comes from, she's just going to stealthily then appear in front of Lita. No way.
Lita, the next time you just look forward, Anaris is there. Like, across from the desk.
Quizzical type of look on her face.
You see Lita, you watch Lita like, oh, God.
Actually, she doesn't even need to wear that because she has the ring on. So
Yeah, you see Lita going like, oh God, I'm sorry. I kind of forgot you were there. You need something, Anaris?
trying to figure you out.
Pardon?
Figure out everything.
Yeah, Lita just kind of stares back at Anaris like, what?
No, it's not a lie. You actually do care.
Lita, you can see Lita all of a sudden, the sadness flashes to a very, very quick burst of anger. Who told you I didn't care?
She kind of just does the kind of half type of thing.
Lita just kind of leans forward, like rubs the bridge of her nose. Look. More than likely right now that elf is getting beaten half to death in a cell. He doesn't deserve that, no matter what he tried to do. But the fact that they are actively trying to enter my organization and are successfully doing that, what that's doing is it's undermining the purpose of this union. It's undermining its message. And all it is doing is adding more and more weight that is trying to collapse this place down around me. Around us. Can I tell you a secret, Anaris?
What?
Most people that aren't in this union hate this union. People that run this city, they tolerate this union because it makes them money. The minute it stops, the minute they have an excuse to shut this place down, they will. Witch hunters showing up every day, people are going to stop signing up. Trust is a big thing with these people. Trust is a big thing. I have built this company on trust. And that trust is being tarnished every minute. Especially because the witch hunters now think they can come in anytime they want and start dragging my people into the street. We bent over backwards to make this happen. The entire party helped build this union. This is the fruit of our labor. And now, it's going to go away, potentially. And I don't know what to do about it. A year ago, if this was happening, I'd probably just say, fine, take out a blade and stab people where they stand and leave no bodies behind.
Yes.
I can't do that anymore. It's not the right thing to do. It never was the right thing to do. Lita looks at Anaris, eyes kind of red from crying.
Which, by the way, Anaris, this is the first time you're noticing this. Lita's eye color looks different when she's staring at you now. Like, before she was staring at you, then she just looked away for a moment to, like, just rub some of the tears out of her eyes. When she does, her eye color's changed.
Interesting.
I'm scared, Anaris. Do me a favor, Anaris.
What?
If something happens to us, run. Don't look back. Run. We have all done awful things to get this far. I would like you to at least get out, so you don't get dragged down by our sins. I'm sorry to see me like this.
No, it's... So you are actually trying to be better.
Yes. I have you to thank for that. Little knock on the head you gave me a few months back really helped put things in perspective. I realized that I have to be a better person for you, for my daughter, my fiance, for this city. Because no one else gives a shit. We're the only ones that are smart enough to fix this mess. Because it's obvious that only you, Knox, Enzo, Rowan, Burchill, Sariel, myself, we're the only ones that give a shit about this miserable cocksucking place.
Language. I don't say that. But...
Because, like it or not, this city is home. And we must defend this house. Lita kind of just leans back in her chair after that and just kind of like...
I was open up since the whole thing as well. One thing.
Enzo's not in the room.
I know.
No. But
Since we got back, Enzo's been very frustrated. Because every time he comes back from the church, he's got a look of frustration on his face. But, as soon as he sees you, he goes back to his smiling ways.
So not as well to be like, I know Enzo's been frustrated as well. With everything seemingly going on.
Yeah. Everyone is trying to stop us from doing our job. Because they want to do it their way, and their way is the easy way. The easy way is to round up all the elves in this city and put them to the flame. And that's what the insurgents want. They want us to start mass killing the elves. Because the more we kill, the more it builds their insurgency. The more we kill, the more evidence they have that we are awful people. The entire insurgency is built on years of indoctrinated hate. We're trying to fix that, but we can't do it overnight. It took me 10 years to forgive, or it took me 10 years to come to terms with my former slave master. For 10 years, I fantasized about killing him. I fantasized about strangling him in his sleep. I fantasized about watching him slowly die at my hands. And in the end, when I finally saw him and realized what we could do with him still alive, I put aside my hate. I still hate him for what he did, what he took from me. But in the end, him being alive and knowing that I did something he couldn't makes me a lot happier. Because I go to bed with the satisfaction that no matter how powerful Ramabala thinks he is, I'm a better person than he'll ever be. Because I have friends. And a fuck ton of his money. He's going to die. Cold and alone, probably with a knife in his back. Or he'll go the way of his father. Lita looks at Anaris and just kind of laughs. You want to know how Lord Ramabala's father died? It was his birthday, and he had commissioned a bunch of fireworks. And it wasn't good enough for him, so he went to go light them himself. Unfortunately, he failed to realize that being drunk and waving a torch around a field of fireworks does not a good idea make.
Don't listen to her. It's a great idea.
The fireworks are beautiful, I was told. They never found all of him.
Oh.
But they found his head, which they will identify. Well, that, and they also later found his torso 4 miles away.
Jeez.
In the ceiling of a bookshop.
Dear God!
How many fireworks were there? Holy shit.
Enough.
Yes.
It's like when they blew up that whale.
Yes.
It's like when they blew up that whale, and it was raining whale meat for like... I think my favorite part of that story is when they blew up that whale, there was a guy whose car was 2 miles away, and he came out to find a piece of a 400-pound piece of whale in his car.
That sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't
This
get
is why
whales.
you do not blow up whales.
You suffocate them.
No, he really should have gotten whale insurance. Then he wouldn't have had to worry about it.
It's just like the gypsy woman said.
So, just for the sake of everyone here, are you guys almost done with this scene?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving on to Nox, just so he has something to do for this session besides hide in the corner. So, Temme, so Enzo, you said you were going to tell Nox about this?
Yep.
So, how are you approaching this? And Nox, where are you?
I'm in my usual basement of doom.
Okay, and Temme, you know where the entrance is. You've been in there before.
Has he?
Is it typical? I have been before once.
Yeah, just once. But you know where the entrance is.
Yeah, I was only here once when we were interrogating the witch hunter because I took away his. That wasn't
in his basement. That was in the basement of the the bed and breakfast next door, but his basement does link to that basement. So
yeah, but if I've
still
never
the
brought
same-
him in there, he wouldn't know where the entrance is, so he'd have to ask Sariel to come get me.
No, you know what I'd do? I would just use Sunday.
Okay, so
I'd be like, Nox,
probably-
where are you? I need to speak with you.
Nox currently has a pad and paper, and he's trying to figure out the kobold language because he's like, I see. He said, so this means this because he's got tongues on, and he's like writing stuff down. Like, how the hell does that priest know this?
The language is so beautiful.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
By the way, he goes, did you know your mother's a whore?
is it like
I don't even know who my mother was!
Okay, wait. I write that down. Okay, so it sounds like this. Because he's going to put together the language so he can figure out why Enzo knows it.
all right.
That's a whole other conversation for another day.
While you're doing that, Enzo, you hear Enzo's voice in your head, kind of like when Rowan calls you on the earring.
You hear the voices too?
I check my earring. I'm like, then I realize it's not him. I'm like, friggin' Meg. Okay. I'm currently doing science right now.
Oh god.
Do you need anything?
He said
Another
he
spin.
talk to you.
Major developments. Things you need to know.
And
Where are you?
I'm at the. I'll meet you at the bed and breakfast.
All right.
So I finish writing up. I'm like, Skrigor. Hey, Skrigor.
I'll kill you! I'll kill you!
I want you to say onomatopoeia, and I will give you more honey.
How about I stab you first?
Oh, stab. Okay. All right. If you don't say it, I'm gonna take 2 scales today instead of 1.
It's like, fuck you! Fuck you!
Okay, 3 scales. I reach out and grab 3 scales and plumb off his shoulder.
Roll me a d4 just for fun.
3.
You do 3 damage to him just by ripping 3 scales off of his body violently.
Oh no,
Now
he's
here.
dead.
Now have some of this honey. It'll heal that.
But yeah, Enzo, you go into the bed and breakfast that is next door to the guild hall, which is also run by Boris and the other Russians. So yeah, you. But
I order some food while I wait for Nox.
Boris happily goes over to make it himself. Nox, when and how do you appear?
I just come out of the basement, just brush myself off.
Mm-hmm.
The many
you see
projects
Enzo.
I have.
There's nobody in the bed and breakfast this morning, and you just sit at a table downstairs as Boris is making something in the kitchen.
I go and sit down. I went, so, what's so important that it couldn't wait till the dinner thing, which I'm not going to, by the way. I've never sat with those people before, so why start now?
Okay.
Lita wants you there.
I just look at him incredulously. I'm like, why?
By the way, there is no smile on Enzo's face today. Every time, like anytime we meet as a group, like there's usually Enzo smiling or has his typical like arrogant kind of look about him. It's gone today. There's no smile on his face.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He's still asking why. Why would Lita want him at the dinner?
Because the powers that be have decided that they're not friends with us anymore.
When
There's
have
an
they ever
Inquisitor
been?
in town.
Nox, do you have knowledge religion?
I don't believe so. Nope.
Well, okay. If you don't have knowledge religion, then you can't roll for this in the first place. So never mind.
Inquisitor.
Think of a witch hunter, but worse. The witch hunters like to kill things. Inquisitors like to find the truth.
So, more competent assholes then.
Oh, not just more competent. They're the people who find the truth about the people in the church.
Oh. So
there's
internal
someone-
cleaning service.
Exactly. If there's someone that I would fear, it's an Inquisitor. Because they have more axe walk.
Nox sighs and orders
Actually,
some
wait, tell me, what did you say?
I said they have more power than Max, but only because
Yeah, that is true. The Inquisitors do not answer to Maxwell. The only person in the church they answer to is the Pope.
exactly. So they have-
Nox just sighs and orders bacon here and that, like, give me some bacon.
Alright, don't make the extra.
So,
And
if they're, I'm assuming the Inquisitor got to one of us. Who was it?
No. Apparently, Tempest thought that Lita was a mage. So before he died, he decided to let an Inquisitor know. It was disregarded until his death, which was then ruled as suspicious. So Lita is prime suspect number 1. Number 2 is that in the event of an Inquisitor looking into Lita's background, all of us are now in the spotlight. And how did it all about you?
It never
Even
can just be fucking simple with politics, can it? That's why I
No,
don't get involved with this shit.
I don't know about you, but I have skeletons that need to remain hidden. So we need to come together and discuss all our skeletons.
One of those skeletons, by the way, Nox, is Robert Roth's son, but he still hasn't found out who killed him.
I know, because I haven't been able to put into effect Operation like MK Ultra on him yet.
Okay.
Oh my god, I'm
Literally, that my whole plan is drugging and making Roth go insane, thinking his son's still alive.
Anyways, so Lita wants you at this party. You're basically unforeseen backup. It's something.
Well, I was gonna be there in the shadows. I ain't sitting at the table. One of my key things is them the Helsings. They still ain't seen my face. They may know of me, but they don't know who I am.
That's fine. We can always walk you in. We can always walk you in afterwards. Just hide.
I like the kid. I got ways of being hidden.
Yeah, just hide in a closet or something.
Nox imagines that picture I posted earlier. Ugh. So
The worst part is I've been barred from entry of seeing Maxwell, so my in with the church is now strenuous.
Nox perks up at that. You say these Inquisitors, they don't answer to him either, right?
No, they only answer to the Pope.
Nox has a thought.
What? You know,
They might be looking into him too. He was friends with like all those higher ups like Tempest and what's the other one? Anderson.
Yeah.
Maybe they're looking into them too, and he doesn't want to look suspicious with a certain group.
Maybe. I need to reach out to my last. I pause for a moment. Hopeful friend in the church. See if there's anything that I can gain from them.
What's the Inquisitor look like? You got a description?
looks like a
You can ask.
Anaris. Yeah, Anaris, did you describe him to Enzo?
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I describe him to Knox.
But yeah, Grant, if you know what Udo Kier looks like when he was young, that's pretty much it.
Nox just sighs, goes, great. You got a war coming, you got insurrectionists, you got friggin' internal investigations, and you still got
wait.
people that need to fucking die.
Sorry to interrupt. Temme, did you also, Anaris, did you describe to Enzo what the other two people looked like?
Yeah.
And Enzo, would you have described these two to Nox?
As well as the fact that the elf could seemingly see where I was.
No, I did not. I only
Okay.
included the Inquisitor.
Okay then.
The other two are not.
That's a shame because Nox might know what the Gorilla Man is.
Well, he can find. He'll be able to find out later. But at the moment, I didn't deem that as relevant or necessary.
Okay.
After that, that's pretty much. I look at Knox and I'm like, well, that's everything I needed to bring up the speed for. So I'm gonna eat some food and I guess it's see tonight.
By the way, I'm working on something with our my new little friend. I say, and you can hear the air quotes. I'm trying to, actually, I'm curious. I turned the notepad over, the one that's just written in what I like the sounds. Can you read this?
Temme, you can't. Enzo, you can't read that though. When you read out what the sounds are, you just know what they mean. Like there's one when you said fuck earlier. You do says the way the sounds sound out. It to you just says fuck, and it is like that for the entire page.
I don't understand. Like, I can't read the sounds from the page, but when I say them out loud, they do make coherent words to myself. Whatever this is, I understand the language verbally. I do not understand it through written context.
That's interesting. That's something. That's we'll put it on the back burner, but it's a project I'm working on.
Yeah, it's not actually written in Draconic. It's just what the sounds sound like.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, it is like you said. When you say it aloud, it makes sense. When you just read it as is, it's just gibberish.
Wait, why does it say "fuck you, kill"? What?
Well, that's all I will have to say, Knox. So I will be right back.
All right. So, does anybody want to do anything else with any other party members or NPCs before we get to the meeting tonight?
Knox is gonna bring a bunch of scales to Rowan's house. No, I'm not.
Okay. Okay.
Anybody? Reza.
I thought Burchill was gonna do something.
Reza to
no.
kind of keep the doors locked, keep an eye out, whatever, because
believe
the elves get a little.
Oh, believe me, I will. I've been this game longer than you realize. I know how to keep my eyes open.
All right.
Okay.
There's only so many high-profile political meetings I can go to before I finally die. So.
Well, just don't die. The world will be a much unhappier place, and I know many women other than me would be disappointed.
Shucks.
Yeah. I have eyes, Rowan. I've seen the way they look at you. I won't mind.
Threesome, foursome, sixsome.
Oh God, she's a polygamist. Run.
Well, it is Bayonetta, and this is a typical elf relationship where there are no strings attached.
God, the hair.
Or just gives her like a little kiss goodbye and heads out to do his job. Also internally, like,
my parents will have many grandchildren.
So, before we begin transitioning to the Helsing Estate, where this meeting of the Lords is about to take place, I would like Nox and Anaris to both roll stealth checks for me.
I need to find that closet I found in that picture.
Yes, that's exactly what this is for. You need to roll to see how well you can hide in said closet.
All right,
One.
Nat
20.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay, so what does that bring your total to with the natural 20? Just curious.
Stealth, that'll bring it up to 44.
Okay. So the two of you just hide on top or on bottom of Lita's carriage respectively. Rowan, you still have your horse.
good old Admiral.
Yeah. So you got Admiral. So it's Lita, Enzo, and Burchill all sitting in the cab of this carriage while Rowan rides on ahead, and the two of you are just hiding somewhere on it, so quick to break off before anyone comes to see.
I like to imagine Nox is just sitting in the middle, but he's so stealth, like he just put a blanket over him and no one sees him.
I actually like to imagine you're on top of the carriage and Anaris is on bottom, because she can actually stick to it.
And I'm just like riding on the top, like we.
But yes, eventually you get there. Nox and Anaris break off. Like the second the butler to the Helsing estate, Walter C. Dornez, comes to greet you. You've all met him before. You're all used to this by this point, and you make your way into the house where you are taken to that. Okay. But yes, you make your way into that that large room with the large dining room table that you had this closed council meeting in after the gala, and it's nicely decorated for dinner. Nox and Anaris, unfortunately, there are no closets here in this room to hide in, but there are plenty of shadows on the ceiling. But in the middle of the ceiling, there is a chandelier, so I recommend avoiding that, unless you want to hide on the chandelier.
I came in like a wrecking ball.
It keeps swaying and screaming.
Okay.
I think it's singing. No, that's screaming.
Anybody ever remember Dunstan Checks In? A monkey! When the lady gets that thing that falls into the chandelier piece that falls into her champagne glass.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you say riding in a chandelier. You go to Dunstan Checks In. My brain goes to Phantom of the Opera.
Mine is superior because there was an orangutan in that movie, and it threw a
Yes,
dog.
but
It threw
sewer
a dog
horse.
down.
So,
Yes, but sewer horse.
when are we going to get to the scene where you guys have to escape from the sewers and Imperial is just there?
Well, we push him in the poo water.
Yeah, there's no coming back from that. He'd be so embarrassed he just had a heart attack.
Okay. But yeah, you guys because of all this, I'm going to assume you just went the second you were all ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Because if that's the case, then you guys arrived actually early, so you're the first ones there.
It's a trap. We arrived early. They're gonna spring it on us. They're gonna serve us crab rangoons that are outdated.
Well, but next to the walk, but yeah, like you all sit on one side, and Alphonse and Siler of Walpole are there with you guys, and they're sitting on that side of the table with you. But then, and as you take your seats, the Walter says to you, "He's like, dinner will be served. Dinner will be served shortly. Do any of you have a preference for wine?"
Whatever it is, just make sure it's not off beer.
That can very easily be done.
I'm good.
Lita?
Small glass.
Very well. Any particular vintage?
Scar and Guardian, if you have it.
We actually do. And looks. Rowan, are you sitting down or are you standing?
I'd rather stand on guard duty because
Okay. Well, he looks at you like he's about to ask, but then just knowing Vlad, he just takes one look at you and your fancy new armor and that badass sword on your back, and he's just like, "I'll be quiet." But yeah, Nox and Anaris, where are the two of you hiding in this room? Because, like I said, there are no closets here, but you could hide under the table if you want. You could stay on the ceiling. You could hide on the chandelier.
I can stick to the ceiling.
Is there a window?
Fine.
Yeah, there are windows.
Can I just what's that, from Beetlejuice, kind of just be hanging off the ledge outside listening to the whole thing?
Oh, so you're outside.
Well, if there's a window, I'd like to be, I can
Yeah.
still hear through it, probably.
There are windows in this room that look out towards the back, so, like, you just want to be, like, looking down over it, like that?
I'll just kind of be off to the side since I can stick to the wall, you said before, just by, and I'll just dig in my claws, maybe put my, some ropes in on a tent spike and just kind of be hanging there the whole time and keeping a watch out in the shadows. It is night,
Okay.
right?
Yeah, it's night. Like, you guys were invited here for dinner.
So yeah, I'll just be on outside duty, listening in, and I'll...
All right.
Yeah, just be
All right,
outside too.
All right, so one on outside, one on in. Got it. So while you guys are just sitting there, wondering what the hell is this, and eventually wine is brought to you. Eventually, when Walter comes back into the room, he is followed by Lady Integra, as well as her own bodyguard, Vlad the Bloodthirster, who just takes his own position behind her, kind of similar to what you're doing with Lita, Rowan. And
with that,
like Vlad the Bloodthirster, he's Integra's bodyguard. He's just like taking his own bodyguard position, same as you are. As far as you are aware, this guy is a friend of yours, but you also know he's got a pretty nasty reputation.
I don't trust no one that's not on this side of the table.
He's also under Integra's employ, so there's that.
No one on except those on this side of the table.
And actually walking into the room with them is Gabrielle, who actually takes a seat next to Lady Integra. And
Stands by it.
And following them, sitting next to Gabrielle, is actually Prince Ares. And coming in with him is his personal servant, Ophelia. And Prince Ares, he just looks dejected. He looks like his entire world is crumbling underneath him. And as you all sit down, Integra is the first to speak. I take it you all made it here without any issues?
Yes.
That's good. That's good to hear. Especially given the news we've received recently about what's been happening in the city. We will discuss that in detail. Do not worry.
Good.
And Nox, this catches your attention in particular, but like, what? You watch as Saris walks in the room, and she's just like, Lady Helsing, there's this large woman at the door, and like just behind Saris, you watch as Ermine Greycloak walks into the room. And for some of you, this would be your first time seeing her. So, Zach, would you like to describe what this woman looks like to them?
Yeah.
Oh, great! The fucking druid showed up.
Uh-huh.
Ermine is 6'4",
Mm-hmm.
built like an Amazon, with what?
So my lady and I have an understanding.
She is built like an Amazon. Has white hair, like whiter than snow, with a some of it appears to be rust-colored in places. Has yellow eyes.
Before any of you say anything, she's not a witcher.
That's immediately what I said when I saw her.
I know that was what I thought when Zach gave this description, but he assured me she is not a witcher.
She is wearing a Scarran Guardian military officer's uniform.
That looks like it has seen better days.
It is covered with a number of medals and insignias that denote the rank of colonel. On her shoulder, over her shoulder, is a greatsword. At her hip is a pistol.
Neither of which are on her person at this moment because they would have been taken from her upon entering.
Yeah.
The only people in this room right now who have weapons are Rowan and Vlad the Bloodthirster.
I like it like that.
And sitting on her shoulder is a white, long-tailed weasel, which will be eyeing everyone in the room suspiciously.
Which it does so as this woman walks over and sits around on your guys' side of the table, nearby to actually where you're standing, Rowan.
I thought it was
And
I trust the weasel.
I thought it was a stout.
Stout?
Yeah.
Same thing. Technically.
Yeah, what'd you say, Jayson?
Therefore, I trust the weasel. He's on our side now.
You watch as she just gives you a glance, but then ignores you and just sits right down. The weasel, though, keeps its eye on you for a little longer than normal.
On who?
On you.
They're back.
But yeah, she eventually sits down on your guys' side of the table. So, Rowan, can you now say you trust everyone on this side of the table?
What was that?
A brand new person that you've never seen just sat down on your side of the table. Can you say you trust everyone on this side now?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Getting alive this far. No, I'm kidding. Who is this person?
As she sits down, Integra just looks at her and just says, like, I look forward to your eventual introduction. This is like, it's like, Ermine Greycloak. That's all you need to know for right now. Well, I need to know much more than that, but I'm sure answers will be provided as the night goes on.
Lita looks at Rowan and says, she's a friend from my years on the road.
Oh, that is good to know. You have
outside.
friends.
Outside, Nox is thinking, and my new best friend.
So, eventually, there's a few moments of awkward silence as like Irma just seats herself comfortably, and she kind of looks grossly out of place here because like all of you by this point are kind of used to formal dinners, so you make yourself look at least somewhat presentable. She does not. She just looks the same as she always has. In fact, the Scarlet Guardian uniform you see her wearing looks like it's definitely seen better days. There's wear and tear there, some places where it was cut and patched together. And she is just she's also just wearing a breastplate at the dinner table. And like as that awkward moment of silence passed, the door soon opens up again, followed by Sariel, Chara Van Offerman, and another person that you guys have not seen before. I'll have a picture for him.
Also, for anyone that's looking, she will be eyeing Saris very carefully with more than lusty expression.
Which Ermine is, and is not being subtle about it.
Calculating.
Okay. Okay, so the person who walks in with Shara and Sariel is this man, who, much like you, Rowan, and Vlad, takes up a guard position behind Shara. Anybody who has seen Daredevil Season 3 immediately knows who this is.
Oh no.
I'm assuming that's Bullseye.
Yep.
I stopped watching after season 2 because I couldn't stand.
Season 3 is awesome. They do the Born Again storyline.
I haven't
Sorry, I
seen
was
season
just
3
rudely
either.
interrupted by a 3-year-old.
Jayson, you have to throw the child out the window. It's the only logical solution.
She'll bounce back.
There can only be one.
But yeah,
Sorry for that.
but yes, there is a new person in the room you guys have not met who is taking up a guard position. And as Chara and Sariel take their seats, Integra looks to you, Lita, and just says, "So, while we wait for our dinner, Lita, do you want to begin or shall I?"
That's a loaded question.
Which, by the way, your friends from the city guard have not arrived yet, and she's asking this question.
What question was that? Sorry.
It's like, while we wait for our evening meal, Lady Ford, do you wish to begin this meeting, or shall I?
I'd prefer if we did this meeting when everyone's in assembly. Also, after we've had a chance to eat, because I fear that if we have this meeting as soon as food is brought out, I might not be able to resist the urge to stab someone.
Unfortunately, our friends from the city guard will not be joining us tonight. It's too risky for them to go anywhere right now with the witch hunters breathing down their necks. Luckily, they were able to send a message informing me of this, but they will not be in attendance.
Good.
So it is just us.
Fine. My point still stands.
Well, unless you have any more surprised guests, I believe that this is everyone. She says this as she eyes up Ermine.
My point still stands. We will converse after dinner has been served. Because, contrary to popular opinion, you can kill a human being with a spoon.
Vlad snickers at this. And so, a nice pork roast is brought out for all of you guys. It's very delicious. However, I imagine dinner passes by in that awkward silence that usually precedes shouting matches and long political debates of this nature.
You know what it is? It's the dinner scene from Shrek 2 when they're all just like eyeing each other.
That's kind of what it is. Like Integra and Shara are looking around at you guys, waiting to see who cracks first. Sariel's just sitting there, same as ever. Ermine just looks like she doesn't care. Ermine barely has any table manners either, but she's not letting that get in the way of her enjoying a nice expensive meal. And you guys do actually get Scar and Guardian wine, and true to what Lita said earlier, Temme, it is actually very smooth and very delicious. You can barely taste the alcohol in it at all. Anaris, should you wish, there is plenty of food that you could steal from the table if you would like to.
No, thanks.
Okay.
Enzo tosses it up in the air. Goes, excuse me. Just tosses like something up and it doesn't come back down.
Everyone,
Like
everyone
an
looks at everyone else
entire, like an entire like turkey leg.
And where did that turkey leg go? God took it. And then a bone eventually falls down next to his plate. God liked it.
All right. So since nobody is saying that they want to do something while dinner is happening,
I poison the dishes before they get there, but only the other people. No, I don't. No, I don't.
Okay. Since you don't do that, I don't have to ask you how you got back inside to do that. But all right.
I Kool-Aid man through the window.
So after a long and very awkward dinner, you guys are all still in that room. Your plates have been collected as well as all the silverware, and Integra just looks between you again. So now that we have all been sufficiently fed, I will ask again. Since there is no silverware, Lady Ford, do you wish to begin this meeting, or shall I?
Well, thank you. I would just like to start this meeting by thanking everyone that could attend. And then I would like to start this meeting by asking a very, very simple question.
Let me guess. What the fuck?
No. What the fucking hell is going on?
It's pretty much the same question.
It's like, would you
things?
It's like, would you prefer we start at the beginning?
Oh, do please, because in the month that we were out of this city, everything went to hell.
It's worse than that, believe me.
Oh, please. Because we came back to a veritable dumpster fire.
We are aware. Word has reached every single one of us of your little outburst in the public square. Can't say I blame you.
Oh, my little outburst. Everybody keeps bringing up my little outburst. How about some cold hard fucking facts?
Very well.
My union is being terrorized by a bunch of fucking jackasses with a bad haircut. Burchill over there is trying to have another fucking family purchase all of his shit.
And
Meanwhile,
yours, Zach. Don't forget yours.
Yeah, well.
Did you lock the door by chance?
No.
He closed the door so hard it locked.
That's funny.
Because I think you put WD-40 on it, so when I closed it, it went.
Meanwhile, the witch hunters have resumed their typical course of murdering people in the streets.
Well, to answer your question, Lady Ford, the facts that, as we understand them, are as follows. Shortly after your lot left for Erebor, which I hope your excursion there was well worth your time, considering what we are about to tell you.
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
It's like, shortly. This happened shortly after you left. Up until that point, the city guard had been investigating the existence of these so-called Eldaran insurgents. However, they were unable to turn up much of anything. These insurgents are smart. They know how to cover their tracks. At least not as well enough as they lead themselves to believe. One night in the early hours of the morning, some unlucky fool happened to catch the sight of two elves in an alleyway, acting rather suspicious. Unfortunately, that was the end of it for that person, as he was swiftly discovered, and one of the elves responded in kind by shooting what can only be described as a ray of frost into his face. The intent was clearly to kill the man, and if I were to think like an insurgent, if you kill a man with ice, by the time morning comes, the ice will melt, and there will be no clear indication as to what killed him. So that was what he did. So, Ray of Frost, book the scene. What's done is done. The body will be discovered in the morning. Unfortunately, that was not the way that it happened. Unfortunately for the two elves in question, the human survived, and using what strength he had, made his way over to the city guard station to report what he had seen. Now, as I'm sure some people in this room are aware, looks directly at you, Rowan. Not just in Sanctuary, but in this country, whenever anything pertaining to magic is gleaned from reports to the city guard, but by protocol, that information is to be passed along to the Church of Eternal Fire, specifically to the witch hunters, as dealing with magic is their area of expertise. And this
doesn't seem to stop them when the church themselves use magic, now is it?
It's like
hypocrisy.
It's like regardless of when and how this message was delivered to the Church of Eternal Fire, if the insurgents are using magic, then they would have found out eventually. It would only have been a matter of time. It's like as I was saying, this information made its way to the church, upon which the church took it upon themselves to send a small regiment of witch hunters to assist the city guard, which they did a very admirable job of doing, as with their help they were able to snuff out these insurgents and find one of their safe houses. Whereupon they arrested the 6 individuals that you saw murdered in the street when you arrived. Mm-hmm. It's like, hold up, how that whole incident aside, since it had now become public knowledge that the insurgents were using magic to fulfill their goals, the church saw this as an opportunity to get directly involved in the fight with these insurgents. After all, magic is their area of expertise, and if these insurgents use magic, then that by default makes it their job. So this
you keep using this word expertise. I don't think you mean expertise.
Call it whatever you wish. To them, it is expertise. So they will do with what they believe is their expertise as they see fit. But with this belief in mind, the church decided that same regiment of witch hunters has now been assigned to assist the city guard in hunting down these insurgents. Unfortunately, what this means in practice is that these witch hunters have set themselves up nice and comfortably in the city guard barracks, and the city guard now caters to their every whim, with Captain Peter of Weller being regulated to just a simple errand boy for their needs. I understand you are quite familiar. I understand you are quite familiar with the man who's leading this regiment of witch hunters, one Robert Roth.
Nox angry outside.
Angry mumbling from window intensifies.
So as it stands, since that incident, your friend Robert Roth and his partner now control the city guard, and unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it, since they have chosen to become involved, the city guard has made quite a bit of headway in capturing insurgents. So the people of this city now feel safe if knowing that they're being protected by the church.
Lita just sits there rubbing the bridge of her nose.
So, and that is why, Lady Ford, those 6 elves were publicly executed in the streets of the city.
Okay. So we now know why that's happening. My other question is, how come nothing's being done about the gang of hoodlums openly attacking members of my organization?
If you're referring to what is obviously the Wild Ones and the Volnevrics, that was a very recent thing. That was a very recent thing. Apparently the Volnevrics, spurred on by the efforts of the witch hunters, have taken it upon themselves to assist in ways that they believe are fit.
By actively committing a crime.
It's unfortunately, regarding the elves, it is only a crime if it is reported, and very few people are willing to report crimes now that are done to elves, as opposed to reporting crimes that are done by elves.
Well, then it looks like Houseward's going to be going to the guard. I'm going to be going to the guard station every day to file a complaint.
That will not work. Take the word of both myself and Char on this.
Wow.
But according to the church, the insurgents use magic, which means they have the authority to do whatever the hell they damn well please. All in the name of keeping us safe, of course.
I have a very important question to ask you, Integra.
By all means.
And everyone sitting on your side of the table. Except you, Gabrielle, you were with us. Did all of your IQs collectively drop in the month I was gone?
You act as if we didn't try to do anything to stop this.
Oh, that's funny. You tried. Horse shit.
It's like, and what would you have us done, on Lady Ford? Go to the church and tell them that they shouldn't execute these people because why?
I don't know, but it looks like nothing was tried. What did you do? Send a few letters?
It's like,
sit in your fucking high chair and watch as your city devolves into chaos? The chaos we, indicates it the party, spent the better part of a year undoing, only for us to merely step a full 12 months back in time.
And yet you haven't answered my question. What would you have done? Six known insurgents were arrested in our city. One of which was a mage. Both crimes of which are punishable by death. And you would have had us do what?
I don't know. What's a better question? Oh, wait, here's a better question. What did you try to do?
At the very least, inquire as to what the church. What information the church gleaned from these 6 individuals, so that we could bet.
You asked questions. Oh my God! You did something.
Unfortunately, Lady Ford, not all of us are able to solve all problems by stabbing someone in the stomach or punching them in the face. Look how far that's gotten you.
It's gotten me pretty far.
Yeah, I think you misspoke. None of you have the collective balls to do something.
And what would you suggest?
I don't know. A lot more than what you did. You know?
No,
involved.
No, Lita. Lita. I'm curious. What would you have done to get the church not kill these insurgents, to not hunt them down for crimes against the state, to not execute them for crimes that are punishable by death.
Of the state. Uphold the rights of the due process and tribunal system this government is built upon. But clearly, all of you cocksuckers would rather sit in your fucking castles and sit and play nice.
Well, to be fair, the prince is in hiding right now.
Yeah. Looks directly at him.
It's like, what are you looking at me for?
Nothing. You'll find out.
Before you make any effort to find out, I should perhaps bring up that Prince Ares was as angry about this as you are, and yelled for days on end at me to let him go back outside, and I'd enforce them to stop. However, I held him back.
Oh, good. It's nice to see at least somebody on that side of the table has a spine.
Like,
Lita, right now we need the prince to stay in hiding for the narrative we've spun about him not being here.
I know, but it's at least nice
exactly
to know.
as I would have said. Thank you, Robert Burchill.
It is nice to know, but it's just nice to know that at least somebody on that side has a spine.
Well, I would like to interject here and berate you as well for incompetencies that may or may not have transpired. I actually quite agree with the idea of massacring the insurrectionists. However, you can't make a public affair of this. That's where I think the church has gone wrong. The church, in this case, is taking their power-hungry delusions of what they think is correct and using them in a situation where it will only cause more problems. Now, again, well, I would love to sit here and berate others, as Lady Ford has done previously. Why don't we cut the dribble of whose fault this is or who has not done anything, and let's talk about what needs to be done. The more important questions that need to be asked, and how do we resolve this without the external powers that are now in the city.
I quite agree. Perhaps Lady Ford, it would behoove you to listen to the direction of others from time to time instead of jumping to your own conclusions.
I'll do that if you answer one question.
I'm here, aren't I?
What did any of you dickless wonders do to stop the Von Everett's from coming after my people?
Nothing.
It's like, what?
All of you have a stake in Walpole and everything it does. And yet, the people that protect our union workers are being savagely beaten in the streets. What have you done to stop this?
And you do have plenty of men at your disposal, Chara.
Well,
answer the question. What have you done?
As of this moment, nothing. However, as of this moment,
there's a shock.
As of this moment, what would you have me do?
You've got men. Protect and serve. Because apparently the guard's fucking useless again.
The city guard's full attention right now is on the potential insurgents within the city. They unfortunately don't have the time or the spare manpower to deal with a bunch of hoodlums who are beating up elves.
But you two do. So, what have you done aside from nothing?
And what would we be attacking these people for? Because eventually word will come around that it was us. And what will we say? That we've decided to go to war with another noble house in the city of Sanctuary for what reason?
The same reason anyone does. And Enzo pops up in a very loud voice. They cut into your money. They cut into your power. When the Von Everetts attack the members of Walpole, they're attacking your investments, which means that you are letting them do as they please to your investments, to your power, to your name. So while yes, you have your hands tied as capacity what you can do. But you know what else can happen? People find themselves in a darker part of town, of Sanctuary, and all of a sudden there are a group of men around you in dark cloaks or common clothes. No one can be blamed for something that happens like that. I believe that's lady, before you have to correct me. Isn't that what happened to the members of Walpole? Found themselves in a tight spot, surrounded by men of relatively ununique regard.
That's right, they did. Because your inactions are costing Burchill money, me money, you money, also morale, and confidence, and trust.
That and well, I'm not entirely sure how, but considering that what our goals are with protecting this city and this country in general, I'm pretty sure there's a way you could spin this into their actions being treason.
And what happens when word eventually reaches the people of this city that the houses of Van Offerman and in Helsing have been attacking members of House Von Everett, who have taken it upon themselves to assist the witch hunters in helping down insurgents.
Cut the fucking shit. This isn't assistance. This is direct attacks on non-confirmed insurgents, non-confirmed members. They are directly attacking only people of my organization.
This isn't vigilantism, it's a hate crime.
Exactly. They are committing a crime. And you are standing here with your hands on your dicks, doing fuck all about it.
Well then.
Failures! All of you are fucking failures! Every single one of you pisses on the ground I tread on!
Perhaps it might also be that we do not wish to attract the attention of other very interested parties within this city. Parties who are very interested in you in particular, Lady Ford.
If you're talking about the Inquisitor, I've already had the pleasure of meeting him this morning.
As have we. He's had extended conversations with all of us. Except for Prince Ares, of course. He did not find him.
Well, good. At least you've done something well. Mm-hmm. I guess one success out of a cavalcade of failures is at least a success.
So, how do you think it would look to us if members of our house stepped in to aid those allied with House Ford, the current head of which house is currently under investigation for suspicion of being a mage herself?
I don't know. It might make you look better to the city you wish to rule one day.
Honestly, Lady Ford, if I wanted to look the best I possibly could for a city I wish to rule one day, if you were a mage, I would turn you into the church right now. I would be a hero.
Yes, and you would make me a martyr. Because by the numbers, Integra, this city loves me. They don't give a shit about you right now.
If you burn at the stake for the crime of being a mage, you'd be surprised how quickly that love for you will just evaporate into nothing.
And you turn the entire population of elves over to Fenharel and leave this city broke and undefended. So you can see the precarious position that you're in. Because, unfortunately, I have made myself and my house and my associates the linchpin on which the wheel of this city turns. And
yet, your you, your house, and everything it stands for is currently under investigation and scrutiny from multiple interested parties. Which, by the way, hey, since you've been gone, I've been getting regular correspondence from Lionel Lioncourt in Embersol. Last I heard from him, he told me that King Aion had sent you a response regarding your request to be promoted to the position of Field Marshal. You haven't read that, have you? This is the first you're hearing of that.
Based on your response, it's not good.
I have no idea what it says. That's such words are for your eyes and ears only. If it turns out to be good news, then that's gonna make everything we have to do that much easier. But we're getting off topic. You've brought us all here to berate us, and you've done that. Now I believe we should switch our focus to making a plan. So the Von Evericks are committing a crime and beating the ever-loving snot out of unconfirmed insurgents solely for their own amusement. Because let's not cut the bullshit on that. It is for their own amusement. What, my Lady Ford, shall we do about it? Since you are clearly so passionate about this, I'm going to just continue the rest of this conversation under the assumption that you have a plan. So I would very much like to hear what it is.
Enzo chimes in really before he has a chance to get a word in. I have a recommendation.
Well, then, by all means, speak, priest.
I say this under full disclosure of who I represent at this table. And I feel that the Von Everett's lifespan in Sanctuary has come to its foregone conclusion.
You are suggesting then that we eliminate House Von Everett.
I am suggesting that the Von Evericks no longer serve a purpose for Sanctuary. Yes, they are all immensely powerful and competent fighters, and they're right. But if it's manpower we need for an incoming invasion and war, we would have that in spades with or without. They are a thorn in our side, your side, and the church's side. Let's be honest, they're a bunch of idiots. And I think it would suit all of our interests if the Von Everetts were to leave Sanctuary permanently.
I actually quite agree with that sentiment, as do I. The Wild Ones, while a formidable fighting force, are only that. They specialize in only one thing and do it too well. They're incompetent at everything else. So, what are we to do then to facilitate this goal?
Well, clearly we need to find where the Wild Ones are.
Well, that.
Thanks. Thank you for that.
That will not be difficult an undertaking. The Wild Ones typically gather at the Von Everett estate, where they host their own wild parties. And personally, I've never been to one of their parties, but I can only imagine a lot of people and things get smashed.
So, I would imagine there is more than likely only two routes we can go about this in removing the Von Everetts from Sanctuary. Mm-hmm. The first, and the most likely that will negatively impact us the most, is a full-on house war against the Von Everetts.
Rageful.
And of course, if we were to back you in this endeavor, the House of Lupton will almost certainly back them. That moron Vincent has already thrown in his lot with Olgierd, so he'll be bound to support him in everything he does, including I would not be surprised to find out, directly harming your employees. So,
yeah.
Do we have Do we have a way to do this in a way that potentially might not involve House Lupton? Because while House Von Everett certainly has muscle and spades, what they don't have is money. Something that the Luptons have in immense spades.
First, what we should do is separate the two.
Any ideas?
Well, yes, they've thrown their lot in with the Von Everetts, but the Luptons are one thing and one thing for sure. Money lovers.
Mm-hmm.
They are rich, and so we should either strike at their pockets or entice them to ours.
Well, Vincent Lupton is an old fool who'd set in his ways. You'd have better luck killing him.
I can talk to his daughter.
And what pray tell would that accomplish?
Put a thorn in his side. A thorn in his side that is coming from within his own walls.
Hmm.
His daughter stands to inherit everything.
And from the few conversations we've had with her and her fiance, they at least seem more reasonable than her father.
Indeed, they might be. If I'm not mistaken, looks over to Prince Ares. It's like, I did tell you, did I not, about Vincent Lupton's lost son, whom he exiled, who is currently living in the Scarring Guardian city of Aion. If I'm not mistaken, you yourselves have business in Aion, and perhaps sooner rather than later, Prince Ares should eventually make that trip down south. After all, if the narrative we're telling is indeed going to be the truth, it would be much easier to believe if it was the truth.
We'll get him there eventually.
And besides, if you're going to Aion for your own business, it would be worth your time to meet him. After all, if you meet Shane Lupton, you'll be in the good graces of somebody who knows Vincent intimately and knows the exact ways you need to poke him to undermine him. So, with that in mind, what should we prioritize first, the Luptons or the Von Evericks?
The
Von
Luptons
Everett pose a physical, they pose a physical problem immediately, as well as they also have the support of the Paladins and the Witch Hunters.
The Luptons are an annoyance. The Von Evericks are a problem.
Yes.
I would agree.
I would not say that the Von Evericks have the support of the Witch Hunters. They are merely giving them their enthusiastic assistance, which the Witch Hunters do not say no to, but they do not need it to fulfill their tasks. So if the Von Evericks were to disappear, it would not affect anything they are doing.
Something needs to be done immediately, because otherwise, I'm going to start putting Von Everett members in hospitals.
Well,
Hospitals want to put them in the ground. Makes the point much clearer for those idiots.
Because
if we are going to go about this, then we should start thinking of how.
well, Lita looks over at Ermine.
Mm-hmm.
This is Colonel Ermine Greycloak, formerly of the Scarring Guardian Imperial Army.
Pleasure to make both of your acquaintances.
I'm going to have her start training members of the Watchmen in hand-to-hand combat starting tomorrow.
I can do this, certainly.
I have an idea of a way I could help, but I'm gonna need something from the prince.
Name it. I'll help in whatever way I can.
I need you to make a official document. If you need, put a false date on it, so I can claim that you gave me this before you left the Great. I need
Oh,
you to make
no.
it so that I have a written permit to bring my griffin into the city without getting fined.
Oh no!
Mm, to make this believable, we would need a specific reason you would be allowed to bring your griffin into the city. Like for what reason should I say it is? It would need to be believable as well. Just on your whim or the whim of House Ford is.
Hauling heavy crates and items.
Very well. That shouldn't be too hard to manage. So, might I ask what you intend to do with this?
Just so that if the Von Evans become a problem directly towards me, I could call for extra help.
It's like as much extra help as I'm sure a griffin would bring you. I'm also sure there are many Von Evericks who would like to earn themselves some personal glory by punching the fuck out of a griffin and then killing it, just so that they can get drunk and brag about it later.
I'd like to, me knowing the all my recently bought horse, I would like to see them try.
I would like to see them do that as well. So you have your griffin. You're going to start training your members. What else do we have?
I'm also giving them permission to fight back.
In what capacity are you going to have them put them in the ground, like you said?
Well, it's really hard for anyone to fight back when you've got broken knees.
I see. It should also be worth noting that while the Von Evericks have been enthusiastically attacking members of Walpole, they have not killed any of them.
I don't care.
So,
also, if crimes get levied against me for this, then I'll start doing things that are worthy of being called crimes.
And I'm going to assume that you have a way to do this and get away with it while there is an Inquisitor in the city watching your every move.
Well, house wars happen all the time. I'm fairly certain that it could just be brushed off as a house war.
And very easily it could. However, you in particular, Lady Ford, are going to have to frame your house war very carefully. After all, I personally could care less whether or not you are a mage, but if you tend to go about your house war just by walking out into the street and slinging magic everywhere, that's not going to help you in any conceivable way. Sure, it will get you the results you want, but it's also going to be your one-way ticket to the stake in public square. They'll burn you with any elves they find.
I would never do magic. I can't even do it.
And that is the truth that we all know, and nothing will ever convince us of otherwise, will it? I see no reason why it wouldn't. Ares just says nothing.
Molotov cocktails are far more effective than fireballs. And all I'd have to do is ask my accountant and real estate agent.
Sariel's here.
Which properties are owned by the Von Evericks, and then we start paying midnight calls in the form of flaming bottles through windows. And then we stand outside their doors, and when they run out, they're greeted with blades and clubs and black bags. Make no mistake. If they want a war, I will give them one, and it will be a war that they will regret.
Unfortunately, I've looked into this. The von Everecks do not have any property within the city. Most of what they owned is farmland, or mills, things that produce food. You know, not just ill of them, but peasants' work. They own the land outside the city, not in it. However,
And burning the crops is probably not a good idea.
no,
Fortunately.
especially since we will need them for the oncoming war. However, something about that is interesting. Why? They seem to have gotten into bed very comfortably with the Luptons. Why? What do they need their money for? I do not have an answer for this, but I bring it up so that hopefully we can speculate.
More than likely, they need their money because they don't actually own the land. Someone else does. They're just leasing it.
I might actually know a few people who might be able to get more information on this. Perhaps get us some real answers. I must admit, I've been curious about it as well. And also, House von Everett is run by and is almost entirely made up of thugs, drunkards, and soldiers. How do thugs, drunkards, and soldiers run a noble house successfully, I might add?
I don't know. More than likely, someone else is running their house for them. They're just a puppet. I wouldn't be too surprised if they're so cozy with the Luptons. Von Everett is just a fancy way of saying House Lupton.
If that the next quest line, you want to take the Von Everett one, not the Luptons and not the Necromancer. You want to take out House Von Everett.
Didn't know the Necromancer was even an option, but yes.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, okay. So then it is decided. I shall have members of the House of Helsing volunteer with the Watchmen and tell them to make sure that they are armed and expect a few broken bones. And I will tell my associates in the streets that they should stop wearing anything recognizable. And if they see any suspicious people going after members of Walpole, that they should politely intervene under the guise of normal civilians.
There's nothing polite about this.
If that's the way you choose to phrase it. In the meantime, I will learn what I can of the relationship these Von Everecks have with the Luptons. Perhaps there is a deeper reason that they need their money than we realize.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose that concludes this. I hope the rest of you have a lovely evening. Although I sincerely doubt that to be the case, but I am going to wish it anyway. Lady Ford, before you leave, might I speak with you in private?
Certainly, though you didn't ask what we've been doing this whole month while all of you were doing nothing.
If you wish to tell us, now would be the time.
Fine. While all of you are sitting on your asses. No, she is not letting this go. We were being productive. We secured weapons for the city of Sanctuary.
That is going to make a difference in time. However, we will still need to solve all of our immediate problems now.
Yes, there's one other thing.
Mm-hmm.
House Ford has done the impossible.
Ares looks at you with strange interest.
Lita reaches into her dress and pulls out a letter.
Mm-hmm.
This is a letter signed by Thorin of Erebor and his council. This letter guarantees us firearms.
Ares just goes wide-eyed. I'm sorry, what now?
The dwarves have promised us firearms for the coming war.
How in the name of the eternal fire did you get that? My father and my grandpa have been trying for years to negotiate with them to let us get our hands on those weapons, and they never once relented. What did you say to them?
We made them an offer they couldn't refuse. Burchill and I negotiated a trade route between Erebor, Sanctuary, and Ulfir.
Oh dear God! You're going to have them sell weapons to the Ulfiri.
Yes.
I mean, peace is coming between here and Skarsgård, so why not give the weapons to a country that will always be at war?
I must admit, I am curious to see what the results of such action would be, though that is for after the war.
Yes. There is a catch, though.
Mm-hmm.
A catch that will be in all of your interests.
They're listening.
Lita unfolds the letter and skips to the very end. I, President Thorin of Erebor, hereby decree that Lita Ford, Lady of House Ford, of the city of Sanctuary in the nation of Syria, shall be guaranteed these firearms, so long as she is made Field Marshal of the city of Sanctuary and the Syrian army stationed there. And there is your catch.
Well, that's certainly going to help your case with my father, but Lita, my father is a man of reason, but even he listens to the church more often than his own advisors. So as much as this helps your case, you're probably going to need to settle things with this Inquisitor first before he'll allow you anything remotely resembling a promotion of that kind.
Oh, I plan it. However, just to point this out here, these weapons and... Oh, thank you.
A tall one.
Actually, I already had homemade coffee, and my mother came back with another coffee.
Oh, nice. More coffee!
I'm gonna be caffeinated as fuck. I'm gonna be caffeinated as fuck! So much for sleeping. I thought about taking a nap after this game. So much for that.
All right.
Anyway, all of these weapons are hinging on the idea that I become Field Marshal. All of them.
Well then, for all of our sakes, and for the sake of us getting actual weapons to fight this war, we better hope that happens.
Oh yes. You better fucking hope.
Well then, if there's anything the House of Helsing or House van Offerman can do to assist in clearing matters with this Inquisitor, then we will be more than happy to help. However, you should understand one thing, Lady Ford. So Inquisitor Kier has so far spoken to all of us on this side of the table, except for Lady Lioncourt, as she was with yourself. No, you should be aware that none of us have lied to him. It is very difficult to lie to an Inquisitor. So everything he's gleaned from us, while it certainly does not incriminate you, is carefully worded truths, if that makes any sense to you. What I'm saying is, if he were to come back with follow-up questions, this is the route we shall continue to take, for our own self-interest as well as yours.
I would hope you wouldn't do anything different, because if you sell me out, I will drag all of you fuckers down with me.
If you really are a mage, Lady Ford, then if it comes to the existence of your house and mine, I think you know exactly what I would do. After all, you would do the same to me, would you not?
Depends. So far, you've only repaid my kindness with blind ignorance. So, as far as I'm concerned, you owe me a whole lot of fucking more than I do.
Perhaps we shall all live to see if that is the case.
You better hope we all live to see.
Now, if that is all that needs to be said, I wish the rest of you a very good evening, Lady Ford.
Yes.
All right. Before you all get up to leave, Lita, your arm's actually grabbed by Ermine.
Yes.
It's like, I was actually kind of hoping our mutual friend in the basement would be here. I got something for him. If you could just pass it along when you get a chance. And she hands you what looks like a very thick, folded up piece of paper.
All right. She slides it into her pocket.
So, as the rest of the party makes their way outside of the Helsing estate, Integra pulls you aside into her study, where it is just the two of.
Can I scale the building and get to a window where I can hear that?
Anaris, do you want to do that too?
Do what?
Do you want to try to eavesdrop on the conversation that Lita and Integra are about to have?
Sure.
Well, for you, Anaris, I'm going to have you roll a brand new stealth check, because this is a different thing. And for Nox, I want you to roll a perception check, and this is hearing-based, to see if you can get into a good position out of the house to actually hear what's going on.
I am a bat, so I got good hearing, just as good as my smell.
Well, yeah, but like this, you still need to roll a perception check for me. Okay? Yeah, okay. No one in the house is going to see you, Mike.
39.
Okay. Unfortunately, the windows in the study are much smaller, but you do manage to make your way on the outside to where they are, and thankfully it's night, so it's easier for you to sneak around. But yeah, Anaris, like sticking to the ceiling as Lita and Integra just walk into the other room. As soon as the door is open, you just like scurry on in before they close it.
And I put ear to the window.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lita. With supposedly just you and Integra in the room, Integra just gives you this very serious look and is like, "There is one other matter I wanted to discuss with you. Matters that I feel best not said aloud, so that the ears of others would do with what this information what they will."
Right. I love the fact he's off camera and his laugh super distance. That is great.
That was intentional.
It's like, since the formation of this, it still makes me feel incredibly awkward to say it, but it's what you insisted on calling it. since the formation of this brigade, there has been somebody who is supposed to have been sitting on all of these closed council meetings who has not attended a single one. Somebody who we were hoping would back us with his considerable funds. So, Lita, I wanted to ask you to see what you know. Have you seen or heard or had any correspondence with Dante Lysmith in the past months?
Oh, you mean the anti-paladin?
The what now?
Oh, just dropping that bomb, I guess.
Oh yeah,
right.
Integra's pissed. Lita's pissed at Integra.
Mm-hmm.
So she's basically like, "I'll rock your world, bitch."
All right, but yeah, that is her response. The what now?
Oh, you didn't know?
No, I didn't, which is why I'm asking.
We ran into Dante a month
outside,
ago.
and
What'd you say, Grant?
you can hear Nox face palm out through the tiny window.
Right. But yeah, you were saying, Zach?
Well, a month ago, we were helping someone. You know, when Monadnock died.
This wouldn't happen to have anything to do with how Monadnock died, would it?
Tangentially related.
You know, Chara Van Offerman has been probing me quite a bit to see if I had any information on Monadnock's disappearance. I'm sorry, and I'm sorry to say I could not tell him a single thing. I'm actually surprised he didn't ask you anything at dinner.
It's Dante's fault.
Ah. So what did he do?
I don't know.
Did you see it happen?
There was darkness, and then he was dead.
The words that you chose to describe him, anti-paladin. Would you care to elaborate?
Dante's a fucking mage.
Oh, well, this certainly puts a damper on everything we're trying to accomplish.
However, I think Dante's being used.
Used by a mage, or used by somebody who has some sort of non-magical influence over him? The answer to that question is going to make all the difference.
Someone has influence over him, and I don't know how.
Well, what do you know?
I know that Dante, well, all I know is what I saw and what other people saw. He tried to kill us. However, I'd like to point something out to you.
Mm-hmm.
Something very important.
Mm-hmm.
And at least something that you probably haven't considered.
When it comes to you, I'm almost certain I haven't.
Are you familiar with Lady Barr?
I know of whom you speak. However, I must confess, I do not know a single thing about her. I always just assumed she was one of the many women who was infatuated with him because he's young, he's handsome, and he has money.
Every time I've met with Dante in the past several months, she's been there.
She was at the gala, wasn't she?
Yes, and getting closer and closer to him, as if she's terrified that he'll say something.
Well, if all of this is true, not that I know what your feelings for the men are, but perhaps how should I put this? Getting an inquisitor to drop their case on you is an incredibly difficult thing to do. That is, unless you could give them something that they want more than you.
I tend to give them something far greater. Far, 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 far greater than Dante.
Well, if it's your boot in his ass, that's not going to get you much.
Oh no, something more, something that I think you will appreciate more than most.
I would prefer not to know the details at this time, as I'm sure I do not need to explain to you why. But if what you're saying is true, then perhaps for both of our sakes, it would be best if we were to cut all ties with the House of Lysmith. His sanctuary restoration project is still going on within the city, you know. No, it's mostly been unnoticed since all of this has been happening. But do you think it would be worth the time to investigate where he really is, or do you think that will just turn up dead ends for now?
I think it'll be functionally worthless.
Very well. Then I shall concentrate my efforts on doing more productive things. And if Dante is a traitor, then I hope he rots in the same pit that Tempest is. Just so you are aware, I never cared much for the man. It was his wealth and resources that interested me, and the fact that he much like you was willing to throw in his support for my legitimate aim as Lady of Sanctuary. But given this new information, it's become quite clear to me that perhaps I was being used. And I don't like that feeling.
No one does. Then again, take it from a person who has used most of her life. You recognize the feeling when other people are trying to bullshit their way into using you.
Perhaps I should keep my friendship with you closer to the chest, because clearly you're better at recognizing this sort of thing than I am.
It helps to have friends once in a while, Integra. Take it from someone who has plenty of them.
Well then, if we are to be friends, then there is one more question I would like to ask, and I don't want you to lie to me. I'll know if you are, but I'd prefer if you didn't, because we are friends. Lita, given what is currently happening with you in the city, I want you to tell me the truth. Are you a mage?
It's more complicated than that.
Then simplify it into a single word answer.
I can, but I can't, because the church uses the term mage as a more generalist term. It's much more complicated than that. A mage is a wizard, a sorcerer, a witch. I am neither of those.
but you are capable of using magic.
Against my will, I am. But I am not a mage.
The church will not see a difference. And I'm glad
They
you were
might.
and I'm glad that you are honest with me.
The church might see it differently.
I doubt it.
I'm living proof that their God is real.
Bombshell.
Cute. We shall see the truth of that sooner rather than later, I think.
Okay,
But-
question to the party: Do I throw the wings out now or later?
Now.
We're not there, so that's all on you, bud.
Yeah, like this is a private. The only people in the room are Nox and Anaris, and they
Nox.
did.
Wait, was that a yes coming from the window?
No!
Well, no. This would put Integra in her place.
No, you did
So we've got one yes and one no.
No, Pathfinder. I think it's called like that.
Don't
I
do
think
it,
I'm-
she's a vampire.
What would Robert? I must ask these tough questions this time. What would Robert Burchill do?
Robert Burchill, what would you do?
I was going to be going into that.
I mean, Burchill has been going through his campaign with the mantra of life is easier with friends. So
I was going to.
If Lita shows her this, it might actually reaffirm Integra's trust.
Nothing would be. Nothing could live from it.
Well, you're in. The only person in the room right now who could stop you is Anaris by dropping down on you and knocking you out before you do it. So unless Mike wishes to do that, the decision is up to you.
I don't think
Anaris is
Anaris
banging his
would
head
knock
on a
Lita out.
window, going, "God damn it! Why do we even keep
Yeah.
secrets?"
But yeah, Anaris, you are in the room. You can position yourself
Should
perfectly
I
above Lita, so you
unveil
can
the
knock her out if
wings?
she does this. Do you want to do
That's
that?
not a question you can ask that. That's all on you.
What's
Yeah,
going
I know.
on?
Lita's gonna show Integra her wings to rock her fucking world and put her in her place.
Anaris is the only one who can stop this by a swift blow to the head. Do you choose to?
I position myself over Integra.
Okay then. So
Oh.
Zach, choice is yours.
What's your reaction?
Lita looks at Integra.
That dice again. You're forever now.
It's actually
Look, there is something I can show you. Only if you want to see it.
I want you to show me.
Like
If you say no, I walk. If you say yes, I do.
if I say yes to this, what am I to tell Inquisitor Kier if he ever decides to come back and ask me more questions?
The truth. I'm not a mage. That's all he's asking. I'm not a mage.
I need to roll for Integra. Okay. She looks at you. She looks at you square in the face and just says, I can tell by the way you're talking about this that it is some sort of closely guarded secret. And while normally I would relish the chance to learn all of your closely guarded secrets, I think this is the one instance that I will ever say this. Lita, I do not want to know anything about you. I do not want to know any more than I already do.
I want you to
Fine.
show me.
I'll tell you something so you can sleep on it.
Very well. Just choose your words carefully, as I know I will no doubt have to.
When the Inquisitor asked the question, more than likely the Inquisitor is eventually going to ask around as to who my parents are. I can tell you who they are.
You do know, so you do know the names of your parents.
Yes.
Interesting.
Fragile hands.
Why tell me this?
Because Same reason
Speed of the opposite.
why I'm the only person in this room that knows that you contracted us to bring the city under heel over a year ago.
The sundial better reverse.
A secret that I have never told anyone.
Yeah. What am I?
Wow.
Trust.
Where are you keeping those?
Wow. Make it quick then, and make it brief. She holds out her ear to you.
My father was Ashitaka Shino. My mother was a woman named Lucifer.
Zach, I want you to roll a sense motive check for me.
Oh, good, my worst stat. Oh, boy!
Lucy, that's my mom's name.
Okay, if this turns into a Martha situation. Why did you say that name? Why did you say that name? 14.
Okay, Zach, the best explanation I could give you for the look on Integra's face right now is you know that sound that fax machines make?
Yeah.
It looks like that's the sound that's going through her head right now as she's trying to process what you've just said. She's also seems perpetually frozen in place now.
You know, I've been in kind of a mood today. You look like you need a hug. And Lita gives Integra a hug.
She just looks confused, and she does not say anything to you during the hug or even as you leave. Like, even if you were to try to say something else, she's not going to say a word. So are you done here?
Yeah, some people still say that Integra is standing in that room to this very day.
So, that concludes the meeting with the Inquisitor and the meeting with the Lords, and I now know what you guys are going to do for the future, so I can plan for it. While we have time before we get to the grand conclusion, do all of you, as you're going back, want to do anything as a fully assembled party away from everyone else, including the city, because you guys are still in the middle of nowhere on a carriage riding back, which you can stop at any time.
Let's go kill Dante.
I have a feeling something's going to happen right before the end of the session.
Yes, but if we kill Dante, we'll get ahead of it.
Where
we got through most of the day to do as a group, or anything you want to discuss or do just before we call it quits.
Oh,
Not that I can think of.
I do actually. As we all gather into the carriage and everyone is relatively within earshot,
Mm-hmm.
Enzo's going to chime in with a very bored expression looking outside the carriage window when we haven't even started moving yet.
Mm-hmm. You guys are moving, and you're getting some distance away from the Helsing Estates. Chara, Sariel, and Ermine even looks like they've stayed there for a little bit to discuss a few more things.
What about Greycloak? Where's she at?
Yeah, Ermine Greycloak. That's her full name. But yeah, she's sticking around.
Yeah, I give you the... Oh, no, Ermine had this for you.
Yeah, I heard.
Do you want to look at what it is?
I'll look at it later. I'll wait till Temme's done.
Okay, Temme, what do you want?
As I'm still expression looking out the window, I turn to the group. So with this Inquisitor business, and Lita being the forefront of the investigation, all of us are now in the spotlight. I think it's about time we sit down and talk about the skeletons in our... Anything...
Well, I got nothing.
Anything used as incriminating evidence needs to be disposed of immediately.
I don't got anything incriminating. I've got stuff I'm going to be incriminating other people with, but...
Says the guy with a football in his basement.
Yeah, but there's no body there.
I have nothing.
Which, by the way,
So,
actually, Grant, that's an interesting question. Do you still have the body of Eli
No,
Roth,
that's your.
the Robert's son, the one you killed?
No, I took all the necessary like parts so I can like make them into ingredients and then also make someone polymorph into them. But I got rid of them before I had the refrigerator. I probably got rid of a lot of like the meat stuff and bones a long time ago.
Okay, so that corpse is gone. That's all I needed to know.
I would have dissolved that in a bathtub a long time ago, like to get rid of the big evidence. But I've got all I need to turn a few people into him whenever his dad's
Okay, so you have that. That's good.
I mean, I have a few magical items on me, well, particularly the bead and my boots, but I could just play dumb.
Also, owning magical items is not a crime. It's kind of a gray area where, because adventurers use them all the time. So, like, and hell, they probably took them from mages that they had killed. So, yeah. So, yeah, anyone owning a magic item is not in and of itself is not a crime.
Okay, so yeah, Burchill doesn't really have anything to hide.
There was a time I was a guard where I worked with criminals.
Nothing that'll stop us.
What were you saying, Jayson?
Yeah,
there was that time when I was a guard and I worked with criminals.
I do have a bunch of kilos of skooma, which I'm planning to use against a witch hunter, but...
Don't be like those people in the recent months that have been like, we found your bag. It's 20 pounds of method. That's not mine.
Which, by the way, Grant, what you've gathered from this conversation is that Robert Roth is operating out of the city guard barracks now instead of Temple Isle, which means he'll be much easier to get to.
And then me and Greycloak can go against him and Luigi. Yes, like this guy, I'm going to ruin his public image. So like, hey, even one of your best witch hunters is unstable. Look, he's going around claiming his sons around, and he's interrogating people and probably hurting his own men, going, shut up, he's alive, and disobeying orders.
Tell me where she lives.
Who's she?
Tell me!
Wait, who's she?
Yeah, who is she?
Who is she, indeed?
Just tell Robert Roth is going, where is she? Ooh, like, who's the woman hiding my son? Man, that wasn't part of the plan. I think the drugs are getting to you.
Tell me!
Besides the drugs and my exotic farm animal that I'm hoping Lita can make not useful anymore.
To be fair to you, Nox, your entire existence is a crime.
Exactly, and that's why I live in a double basement.
Mm-hmm. Like, yeah, Nox, if you were ever discovered, there would not be a trial for you. You would just be killed.
Oh shit, that's why guys.
That must be spelled.
I had to go to another. They came to another country, pissed on my my rug, and killed all my friends. Even though we weren't bugging nobody, so I'm like, all right.
And they did a similar thing to Ermine, so you and her have that in common.
Mm-hmm. That's why they all gonna die. But yeah, let's see, drugs, kobold. But my secret basement is. Not many people know it's there, and if they suspect it, they can't get in unless they got magic and know the passcode. And even if they got in, they'd be in for a surprise if I'm not in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, any skeletons?
I have none.
I think that's really all I have is that when I was a guard, I was being paid I was like working with you guys to like do stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Hell, I'm not even publicly known as being part of House Ford.
No, you're not. You and Anaris, by all accounts, do not exist.
Yeah, I've never even talked to Integra or any of the other nobles. They just know, oh yeah, they got some guy that works for them that can fly.
And coming for Burchill, the worst thing they could probably dig up is, oh, weren't you a pirate captain? Yes, but I'm not wanted in this country now, am I?
Damn it.
Yeah, I'm already. I can use magic, so I can use magic legally, so there's no issues there.
I might have a spell book or two hidden in a drawer somewhere.
Well, we'll just have to bury those in somewhere deep.
Sorry.
And I suppose I should be forthright.
I do have Tempest's blades.
Yeah, please.
Lita goes, oh fuck, I forgot we had those.
They're currently on my back as we're talking.
That make it so obvious.
Because they're the only thing that can hurt Lysmith.
Not anymore. Not anymore. You got your weapons enchanted, so that now they can too.
Okay, so I don't need them then.
Yeah.
How bad would it be with these?
Yeah.
Roll knowledge local. Lita, roll knowledge all. Temme, do you have knowledge nobility?
Wait, I have a potential idea.
But yeah,
I'm just gonna hide them. I'm not gonna use them now that I got my whips.
All of you roll your relative rolls for this.
I don't
37.
know.
Oh, can I do professional instead, actually?
Sure, go ahead. This would technically count.
So rolling knowledge.
You're not because of this.
Yeah, I don't know what they're rolling.
Local knowledge. I know local knowledge. Dungeoneering.
I know alchemy.
So you wouldn't know this either. Okay. So 37, 25. What'd you roll, Temme?
6 out of 10.
Okay.
Too much water.
Unfortunately, Rowan and Lita are the only ones who beat the DC for this. Aasimar Tempest was a very, 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 very famous person in this country. So, by that logic, his weapons were unique. They were made for him, and they are also just as recognizable as he is.
Well, good thing I haven't been flashing them around.
So yeah, like people would recognize the Tempest blades if they saw them.
And what would happen?
They would immediately start asking questions, namely, why do you have Aasimar Tempest's weapons?
They fell off the back of a cart.
How did you get Aasimar Tempest's weapons? What?
Would it work if we want to take someone down if we plant the weapons on them, or will it just seem badass?
Kind of both because it will obviously cast a shadow over them. It's like, oh, we found the murdered Aasimar Tempest's weapons on their body, but at the same time, to get those, you would have had to have beaten Tempest in combat. So the fact that they have those at all is like, wait, killed Tempest?
But who do we know who has beaten Tempest in combat?
Dante!
Yay! So we can plant them on Dante. Maybe try to give the Inquisitor a anonymous tip that Dante is the athlete he's after, and send the Inquisitor onto Dante.
What happens if Dante gets a hold of the blades before we kill him and he starts using them against us, though?
From what you guys remember of your fight with him, it doesn't seem like he needs them.
Okay, good.
So just to remind you, there are currently 2 witch hunters in the city of Sanctuary on both Dante and the Samurai's Trail. Burchill, you met them.
Yeah, so if we can further incriminate Dante, that kind of gets rid of 2 problems.
This also kind of remember, Dante wants to screw me. Literally. And him giving Tempest evidence, that false tip that I'm a mage could just be him, because I told him to fuck off. I didn't want to ride his dick. So.
Well, good thing I haven't been flashing these around then.
Yeah.
Though of course, we just need to be able to plant these on Dante. So I
guess our sneaky people would have to break into his estate and plant them somewhere.
Well, now that we got other weapons that can actually hurt him, then I guess we don't really need these then.
Zach, roll another knowledge all check for me.
20.
By all accounts, Dante Lysmith is supposed to be out of the country traveling back to Nagasaki for some reason. You know this is not true, but this is what he's told everyone else. And you know this because Prince Ares made a point to put his grandiose speech at the gala before the incident occurred.
If anything, that makes it better because it looks like he fled the country after killing Tempest.
How do we? Yeah. But should we wait? Or out of character isn't involved in politics, but shouldn't we wait till all our allies disassociate from him before? Because he's unreliable. Oh wait, look at that, he's also a killer now. Good thing we're not partners with him anymore.
Too bad.
I already planted the seed in Integra's head. So if we plant we could have Boris or others sneak into his estate, hide these somewhere.
But I just point at me and Anaris
Why Boris? I can sneak in easier myself.
Yeah, just have Anaris do it.
Yeah.
Also, I just want to point this out. Nox, you've been inside Dante's house.
That's right.
You've murdered a man in there.
So we could. Okay.
I know the layout.
Nox,
Yeah, you do.
Nox, you could give Anaris a map. Anaris, you could hide these, and then there's no way you can
remember
get
the
rid of.
church. He could slide a note under the Inquisitor's door wherever he's staying.
And you know what? Here's how we can do it. Once you drop the swords, I can go speak to the witch hunters that are investigating Anti-Paladin and tell them I remembered something.
It's got to be believable. Like maybe you saw him flashing a sword or something, or one of his associates.
No, I can just. They've already asked me questions once. I can just tell them I remember the identity of the Anti-Paladin.
Yeah. Then that puts the Inquisitor and the witch hunters on his trail.
It is gonna kind of suck though. We don't get to use these anymore. I never got to use their phase 2 or 3 because I haven't been hurt that much.
Well, the good news is if you place them somewhere and you know where they are, you can just go and retrieve them, or you can retrieve them off Dante's body when you kill him.
Well, we need those there so that with the Inquisitor's like, well, look at this. I guess he was a part of it. Sorry, Lita.
Hear me out. If we kill an Inquisitor with those blades, or like make it seem like it was those blades,
make it look like Dante did it.
If we kill the Inquisitor, if we kill the Inquisitor,
just go send another.
Yeah, except they might send 2.
No, I think what Jason's saying is we have Dante kill the Inquisitor, and then we plant the blades there too. And then we kill Dante.
But
Hunting them on an Inquisitor does nothing for us. It has to be within Dante's residence or on his person.
If we sick them on there and we give them evidence to go in there, then there's going to be a fight. Dante's going to be anti-paladin. Maybe he'll kill the Inquisitor for us, and then we'll take him down and say, hey, look, we helped.
I don't think the Inquisitor will show up. I think the Witch Hunters will.
Either way, since we need the Inquisitor alive in order to convince him that we have nothing to do with any of this.
Yeah, I think we just focus on clearing the game first.
Wait.
But on the notes of evidence that could hurt us, I should be forthright with you all as well. I have evidence of all what we've done since I joined the party.
In what way?
I've recorded all the misadventures we've had since I've come to Sanctuary, as well as my own speculations on what has happened before. There go the fires and how that happened.
I would say burn that journal immediately.
Yes, that's what I've been thinking about all day since the news of the Inquisitor reached my ears.
Oh shit! I just had a thought. Who knew we were going to this dinner party? Where is our locations unguarded right now? All of our homes.
I thought I told Cereza to keep an eye out. That's why I told her to do that.
Yeah, but they got a ninja.
Yes. Well, Cereza's lived on the streets for most of her life, so she can, let's see, Delilah has a bodyguard in the form of Gid, and all of the other, and like the Red Velvet Room has Blasco guarding it, and a Conde, and the Merry Mermaid has Sultan. So yeah, you guys are fine.
I'm just worried that Matt.
Burchill will say to Enzo, though so it doesn't look too suspicious, maybe in that journal spill a well of ink on it, so it looks like it was tarnished and unusable.
Not a soul outside of what I was told today know that the journal even existed.
Just like to be safe, just so that if someone sees you burning it, you have a legitimate excuse.
Mm-hmm.
Someone sees a member of the Church of the Eternal File burning something in public.
It's Tuesday.
Look, I'll reimburse you for the ink if that's what you're concerned about.
I'm not concerned about that. If I was going to do it, I'll just go burn it with one of the corpses I left lying around Sanctuary.
Oh, boy.
Oh, shit.
Okay.
You didn't hear any of that.
No, I didn't.
Sure we didn't. But here's the thing, though. Like I was telling you earlier at the bed and breakfast, and if Maxwell's like curving you, it's probably because the Inquisitor's looking at him as well, and he doesn't want to be meeting with his little cabal.
I can only help. I'm gonna, when I have the next opportunity, I'm gonna reach out to a hopeful friend in the church.
Also, just simply guess the DM. Way back when in Nox's solo session, you found that coded message. What did you guys do with that?
Which one?
I don't know.
The one that listed the target for the changeling in Axion down in Skarngard.
Oh, I thought we
So,
were
like-
using that as evidence. I thought we
Yeah,
used that as
so-
evidence.
Well, where is
Yeah.
it? Like, who has it? Where is it
My office,
physically?
my desk.
Yeah, I thought you had it, and we
My
also gave
desk in-
copies.
at my home.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's in your house. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
didn't we make copies so we and we gave them to Prince Ares?
Anything from Chris?
I could have sworn we did. We used that as
I don't
evidence
think
as well
I
because
don't think we
this-
gave him a copy because
Not as sweet as they should.
Didn't put sugar on him.
Why would I do that?
because it was to show that the witch hunters were incurred like going into other countries and shit.
I know, but I'm not gonna put sugar on.
And
That's
it
just
also
put
had
on the-
it also had Maxwell's name on it. I just want to remind you of that.
Yeah.
We put on salt.
so we can actually.
Saying or shape of that, but I don't want the extra sugar.
I mean, that is great evidence to throw against Maxwell, and maybe turn the Inquisitor on him.
Would Maxwell be strong? Like, would it be like we're gonna do that and Loki? Because I was thinking like I don't think Maxwell would have been able to beat Tempest.
Well, no. Here's my thought. If we turn Maxwell in to the Inquisitor, right? We turn Inquisitor on him. That then eliminates another problem.
Well, how's he gonna listen to us though? He doesn't trust us.
I know. We let him keep investigating for long enough that he finds nothing. Or we let him get too close to us, at which point we then spin the tables on Maxwell and say we came into contact with evidence.
So are we framing Dante first and then doing this, or?
We can kill Dante.
But we got to make sure they see him as the anti-power. Someone sees him with that power. Otherwise, they're like, oh yeah, he was a good duelist, but But if they see him with that friggin' shadow power, they're like, okay, that's how he was able to get through walls and stuff and into the palace.
Oh, please. He's going to show... Please, Dante's going to show up and breaking shit in public eventually. All these people are going to see us take down him.
He only ever shows up when that guy with the funny sword shows up, though.
Actually,
I don't think they're mutually exclusive.
they're really not. Burchill, you've had many encounters with the samurai where it had nothing to do with Dante.
Oh, yeah, what Jayson just pointed out.
Oh, balls!
Yeah, I can't. They'll figure that out.
There's our inside man.
Well, Jayson, just roll a profession check really quick.
But we turn the evidence on Maxwell. What does this do? It eliminates Maxwell and incriminates all of the corrupt as fuck ones that are currently taking up roost in the city guard.
That'll force their hand. What if they just kill they kill the Inquisitor and then declare martial law?
They wouldn't kill an Inquisitor.
Jayson,
I think Maxwell would, if he gets found out, and all his boys are loyal to him.
Well, first off, to what Grant said, Temme, if Maxwell kills an Inquisitor, that's pretty much admission of guilt. And Jayson, for what I had you roll, you only know this because you've been to one of those meetings. Not all insurgent members have tattoos because they're trying to convert other people to their side.
Well, no, I'm not so much worried about the tattoos. I'm worried about being followed.
Yeah, especially by a ninja lady.
Yeah, I mean, Anaris can do it pretty easily.
That ninja lady, we don't even know. We don't know about her.
Or maybe just to save your own fame, maybe you could present that you were the inside and sell the insurgents out.
Yeah.
Doing that would destroy your credibility with the insurgents, but I think you know that.
I think that's a struck button at this point.
Mm-hmm.
You're gonna have to stop meeting with them in person, though. You're gonna have to be the one to warn the insurgents that there is an Inquisitor around, and you're gonna have to start doing like spy meetings type stuff. Like, oh, I left this bull overturned over in this parking lot. Oh, that
Do
means
some dead
we have
drops?
to... Yeah, dead drops. Oh, we got to meet over at this part. Okay, I'm going to leave this guy a slip of paper, and it's going to be encoded.
You can see how they react to me telling them that there's eyes on me now. If they cut me loose, and then I make them suffer for it. Or if they want to keep me like, oh, he's legit, then we keep going.
All right.
Yeah.
That sounds good to you guys.
All right. But yeah, really quick, you mentioned the ninja lady, which I guess means in character you've known. Does anyone in character describe the big guy?
Well, yeah, I didn't know if we did or not. I was just speaking as Grant.
That's why I asked.
How many on his side?
To that strange bald elf woman, and then this huge behemoth of a man, gray skin.
Grant, I want you to roll me a profession check.
I roll something like that for being a pirate or traveled or.
No. No.
He might not be a Goliath. He might be something else. Where's profession? There you are.
Please don't be a zombie. Please don't be a zombie.
26.
Okay. I'll leave it up to you whether or not you've encountered one of these things. But like, during your time with the Dire Bloods, you've fought different types of monsters, and of course you had to know and research several other different types of monsters that you come across. Like the way Lita describes this person, just like the big guy, lots of muscles, kind of like almost gorilla-like features, longer arms,
dreads.
The dreads have nothing to do with it, like the broad face, and it's the grayish skin that ticks you off to it. Well, actually, it's both the grayish skin, the fact that he stands upright, and the fact that he had all linked this together for you. This man that Lita is describing is a half ogre.
I just look at her and I went, there's a half ogre in the city right now. Is that what you're telling me?
If that's what he is, then yes.
Oh boy.
I look at Enzo, I'm like, do the church normally employ half ogres? Because let me tell you, ogres are bad business. The fact that there was someone around to be made half didn't end well for that person.
I can't
You
imagine
know that. Maybe they're complex and have layers.
Okay.
I can't imagine them using ogres. However, if this is a half ogre, I'm guessing this may just be a pet of the Inquisitor itself.
Let me tell you, ogres hit like a goddamn. They hit like a dire ram going 100 miles an hour, and their horns are made of with horns made of metal. I don't know how weak their blood gets when they become half, but. Oof.
So yes, the Inquisitor has a half ogre and a ninja lady on his side.
Well, like I said,
How tall was this dude? Was he like 10 feet tall? Because half ogres are
7.
big.
He was like 7'8", 7'10". Like he had to duck to like get in and out through the door. And also Zach was able to hold that elf like several feet above the ground with one hand.
Yeah.
well, let's just go ahead and do our best to make sure that Lady Lita Ford's name is clear to being a mage, and that we are not disrupted in our hunts of the Von Everetts. That should be our main concern for the meantime.
Yeah, I'll stop wearing the blades for a while. Good thing I haven't had need to bring him out in public.
We should also avoid any kind of conflict with the Inquisitor and his men. Because if we get in any kind of conflict, that'll only cement the suspicion.
Also, I'm not good on too up on the politics. Who would know about the city trying to buy Sariel's bed and breakfast in the Adventurers Hall by the city? Have any of you heard that?
Lita, roll knowledge all. Burchill, do you have knowledge local?
I should.
Roll that.
33.
Okay, if anyone else has knowledge local, they can probably roll it too.
Nope.
I can roll that. I have knowledge local. What about you? Do you have knowledge local?
I do.
13.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Knowledge.
Zach, what did you roll?
33.
Okay, Anaris and the only ones who are able to put this together, and it's less by just both of you pointing out the facts that you know. This seems kind of like a similar move to what the Luptons are doing with your businesses, trying to buy them out. It doesn't seem like they're going directly after Sariel because for some reason. However, they are going after her indirectly because if the city takes the guild hall, then the city has power over it, not Sariel. So like if they can't buy the guild hall, they get rid of it.
I kind of live there, so I'd rather that not happen.
But also, Lita, it's part of this you realize is just because the guild hall has become as big as it is, and because such a prominent institution within the city now, like there would be a reason to potentially like just have the city take over the guild hall. It does mean it would get more money. But it does mean that the guild hall would become a public building again, kind of like a library or a university. But it would be getting support from the city as opposed to just being an independent business.
Yeah, I
but
don't
yes.
think they're gonna want me in their basement they don't even know about.
Just from the facts Anaris brings based on this, and from what you know, Zach, being a politician, this sounds like indirect Lupton trickery.
Well, gotta kill them all then.
Yeah.
Yep. So, are we? Do you all go home?
Trying to think if there's anything else that we should hide, because I've got to hide those blades. Let's see.
I don't think there's anything left to do today. I think we've all said our piece and
Yeah.
get stuff done tomorrow.
So I guess just the last thing taken care of for this session as you all go home. Lita, in light of the information from Integra, do you check your mail?
Yeah.
Oh, I should probably read that letter too from Grey Cloak.
I can actually get to that much quicker than this. It is actually not a letter. It is actually a very crude drawing. In fact, you know what Rukia's drawings in Bleach look like?
I never seen Bleach.
Well, let's just say she can't draw to save her life.
Okay,
Well,
I give it a 4 out of 10. Nice job.
Well, you can still tell what it is. It's a drawing of St. Gabrielle's Bridge, where the bridge that leads to Temple Isle, and with several marked locations on it for where to place explosives and what the yield should be to take it down. And
I amend my statement. I have 2 things I probably shouldn't be caught with.
But yes, like it is a very detailed drawing of where to place the explosive, what yield they should be, and what type of damage it would specifically do when it detonates there. It's a crap drawing.
Well, if I can barely figure it out, hopefully if anybody finds these, they won't know it either. So I'm like,
the instructions are clear. The drawing itself is just crap.
All right then. So this is all I've ever wanted. I want her the no soul go to the fire god recipe she's got.
Well, that's something we'll have to discuss with Zach at a later date. But yes, to conclude this session, in looking through your mail, you do find a sealed envelope with the wax seal of House Reyes stamped on the front. Do you open it?
Yeah.
Who's Reyes again?
Aegon Reyes. Reyes is the royal family.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm gonna try my best to do this person's voice. To the illustrious Lita House of Ford. Your name is not one that I have ever heard before. Yet in the past 6 months, whenever the topic of Sanctuarium, the jewel in the crown of Syria, is brought into conversation, your name is mentioned more than any other. For a former Altheri slave, you seem to have made quite a name for yourself, despite my initial grievances with my son's, if I may be honest, ill-informed and irrational decision to make you a lady of the court. Regardless, it is because of you that my son is alive, and for that it would be as the king of this great nation to not admit that I owe you an immense debt of gratitude. Perhaps one day, provided that both of us live long enough, we will see that debt repaid in kind. As grateful as I am to you, however, certain you are not expecting a letter from me simply to thank you for saving the life of my son, or for exposing the crimes of the traitor Alchemist. It has come to my understanding that because of your past deeds, including saving the life of my son, for your experience in dealing with the elves, that you wish from me to grant you the temporary position of field marshal in the Syrian army, so that you might be given command of all the forces in and around Sanctuarium, as well as given dominion over the city of Sanctuarium. In this regard, you are spoken of very, and if I may say curiously, highly by both my son and by Lionel, head of the House of Lioncourt, both of whose opinions I value. However, as I must see all things with a realistic eye, I am sorry to say that as things currently stand in Sanctuarium, I cannot grant you this position. Please try to see things from my perspective. I do not know you. You come from a humble background across the sea. Your rise to nobility stems from negotiations and trade deals, and your only claims for why you should be given this position are for, again, saving the life of my son, for exposing the crimes of Alchemist, which, while impressive, are still not enough to warrant me granting you a position of such power and influence.
Damn it.
Have you ever fought in a war before? Do you know how to command large numbers of troops? Do you know how to strategize and change your strategy based on sudden changes in enemy troop movements? Do you know how to last through a siege? These are all questions I do not know the answers to, because despite everything you have said and done, I still know precious little about you. So all the feats you have achieved may be great. Few, if any of them, amount to military success. So I see little reason why I should choose you over a proven general who knows and understands warfare well enough to command my troops. Not only that, but it has reached my attention that you are currently under investigation by the Church of the Eternal Fire, without whose blessings my title and decisions would mean little, for the suspected crime of being a mage, something that I take very, very seriously in my country.
God damn, Inquisitor.
However, despite all that I have said, despite all that may be against you, I am not without reason. As I have said, you are spoken of very highly by people whose opinions I hold in high, and your suspected crimes were brought to the attention of the Church by Alchemist, who, thanks to you, we now know to be a traitor. So while I cannot grant you this position now, because I do not know anything about you, that does not mean I cannot learn more about you and might not make a more well-informed decision. What I am saying, my Lady Ford, is that because of the immense debt of gratitude I now owe you, I am willing to give you a chance. But for that, you will need to prove yourself. If you can prove to me that you really can be an effective leader, if you can prove to me that these allegations against you are little more than the ravings of a power-hungry madman who saw you as a threat to his aspirations, if you can prove to me that the other noble houses of Sanctuarium will fall in line and follow you into battle, then and only then will I grant you the title of Field Marshal. It may also be of interest to you that because of your actions, I have sent a regiment of troops to Sanctuarium in order to better protect its people for the oncoming storm that lies ahead of us.
Uh-oh.
I may not know you now, Lady Ford, but that does not mean I cannot get to know you through your actions. For the sake of us all, I hope you do not disappoint me. May the Eternal Fire bless you and those of your house. King Aion, first of his name of the House of Reyes.
What a tsundere.
And with that, as soon as you finish reading it, Lita, you hear a voice in your head. It sounds different. It sounds strangely British, but still familiar. You and I need to speak, preferably soon. You recognize that voice as the voice of Ethan Hawke.
I thought he was dead!
Oh my god, it's Ethan Hawke.
I thought he died!
No, he didn't die. He didn't die. He just went into hiding.
I thought he got slaughtered along with everybody, like the Rat King.
No, he didn't die.
King.
He just went into hiding.
Oh, shit.
But yes, with that, end scene.